Mic 1, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. I didn't say mic 1 this time.
We'll wait till we hear the test, because he said test most recently. Let it. Was that the? Yeah, test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Yeah.
Mic 2, 1, 2, 3.
All right, he's gonna go down.
Mic 3, 1, 2, 3. Mic 4, 1, 2, 3. Mic 1, 1, 2, 3. Mic 2, 1, 2, 3. Mic 3, 1, 2, 3. Mic 4, 1, 2, 3. Mic 5, 1, 2, 3. Mic 6, 1, 2, 3. Mic 7, 1, 2, 3. Mic 8, 1, 2, 3. Mic 9, 1, 2, 3. Mic 10, 1, 2, 3. Mic 11, 1, 2, 3. Mic 12, 1, 2, 3. Mic 13, 1, 2, 3. Mic 14, 1, 2, 3. Mic 15, 1, 2, 3. Mic 16, 1, 2, 3. Mic 17, 1, 2, 3. I think we're leaving these hot.
No, turn them off. You're supposed to turn them on. It's better that you don't hear what they say than
That's
hear
true.
what they should say. That's very true. Very well point. All right, all mics good. All right. Meeting 53rd. Let's go through all of them. All right.
So, all right. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year to you all. So before we start with any official business, we need to swear in our newly appointed Regents members, as well as 4 returning board members so that they can participate in the LADA meeting. Regents David, Pryor, Seal, and Sterling. If we can have you make your way down to the front of the dais to join our 2 new members in taking your oath of office, that'd be great. And our new members, so excited to have them, include Mr. Christian Creed of Monroe. He's an attorney and owner of Creed & Creed Law Firm. He received a Bachelor of Arts degree from LSU and received his law degree from Loyola University, New Orleans School of Law, and he will be serving as a representative of the 5th Congressional District. So welcome to Mr. Creed, soon to be Regent Creed. Joining him is, as a new member, is David Aubrey of Baton Rouge, who is Regional Vice President and External and Legislative Affairs for AT&T. Mr. Aubrey received a bachelor's in public administration from Grambling State University. He was involved in student government, so he'll certainly love our Council of Student Body Presidents and student members like Regent LeBrie. And he is our at-large member. So Bree Golden is going to administer the oaths of office. Great. Well, congratulations to our returning members and welcome Regents Aubrey and Creed. On your desks, you'll have your oath of office, so you can sign that and return it to Doreen Brasso before you leave today to make things official. All right. So good morning. We're now going to start with our meetings. Yes.
May I have a
I'm sorry.
personal
Yes,
privilege?
please.
I happen to know both of these gentlemen that have now joined our board. I think I've known David Aubrey for close to 30 years. He at one time was the youngest mayor on the continent, or where? Just in Louisiana. And I've known him and watched him through his life. He has had experience in governmental matters and in business matters, and I think he will make an excellent. He will participate well on our committee. He is currently taking the place of a very fine member that we had for so long, Sonia Perez, and I think he will fill that role quite well. Christian Creed is a very active person, and the reason I'm speaking, both these guys are from North Louisiana. When you get somebody from North Louisiana, you need to lift them up. And anyway, Christian Creed has been a very successful attorney in our area. He lives in Monroe, but he is also very active in civic and charitable efforts. And I think that you will find that his attitude about education and about the young people that we serve is very good. So I would just want to speak up for these 2 new members and congratulate them. And I'm glad to have them on board. I think you will find they will be good players on this team. Thank you.
So well said. Definitely agree with all that and super excited to get to know you both. All right, we're going to roll into our LADA meeting. So good morning. Members, please remember that we're being live streamed, so you'll want to turn your microphones on to speak. Speak directly into the microphone so that our virtual audience can hear you. Commissioner Reed, can you please call the meeting to order?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I'd like to call the LADA meeting to order. Rhonda, please call the roll.
Commissioner Reed,
Here.
Regent Albury, Regent Creed, Regent David, Regent Ewing, Senator Fields, Regent Finley, Ms. Kincaid, Regent Levy, Regent Lowry,
Here.
Regent May,
Here.
Representative Mincy, Regent Meir,
Present.
Regent Pryor,
Here.
Regent Seal,
Here.
Regent Solomon,
Here.
Regent Sterling,
Here.
Regent Temple, Regent Mr. Williams, and Regent Williams-Brown. You have 15, which does represent a quorum.
Thank you so much. We'll now move to item 3. Do we have any public comments?
No public comment has been received.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 4. Members, you've received a copy of the minutes from the August 24th, 2022 meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Motion by Regent Levy. Is there a second? Second by Regent Seal. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by nay? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to item 5, the consent agenda. Dr. Boutte, please present this item. Good morning.
Certainly. Good morning, members, and welcome Regents Aubrey and Creed. We are happy to have you and very, very delighted that you are concerned with outreach because that is the business that LOSPA engages in. The first and the consent agenda item today is approval of final rulemaking. This is to allow members to transfer from a START saving program to a START K-12 account without penalty. This is to enact the acts of the legislature which allow this, and this would be final rulemaking. This is a consent agenda item, and the LOSPA Advisory Board, for those new members, reviews items before they come to you. They have reviewed this and recommend approval.
Members, you've heard the recommendation from LOSPA Advisory Board. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Regent Ewing, second by Regent May. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by saying nay. Hearing none, motion passes. Any other items?
No, ma'am.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion by Regent Williams-Brown, second by Regent Sterling. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say nay. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Right, thank you, Commissioner Reed. I'd like to call the January Board of Regents meeting to order. As a reminder, today is going to be held as a committee of the whole. Therefore, all members will vote on each recommendation. Our system representatives who serve on the standing committees may also vote on matters that usually come before the committees they serve on. Our meeting is being live streamed, so please remember to turn your microphone on. The button on the bottom is how you turn it on. Speak directly into the mic for our viewing audience. So we'll now be calling the roll. Ms. Doreen, will you please call the roll?
Regent Aubrey. Present. Regent Creed. Regent David. Regent Ewing. Here. Regent Finley. Regent Levy. Regent Lowbray. Here. Regent May. Here. Regent Meir.
Present.
Regent Pryor. Here. Regent Seal. Here. Regent Solomon. Here. Regent Sterling. Here. Regent Temple. Regent Weil. Here. Regent Williams-Brown. Here. LCTC System. Here. LSU System. Southern System. Here. UL System is here. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Doreen. The next item on the agenda are public comments. Doreen, has anybody signed up to make a public comment? Okay. Hearing none, members, you've received a copy of the minutes from the October 19th meeting. Is there a motion to approve these minutes? Regent Ewing, second by Regent Levy. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, any opposed saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Next item is the chair's comments. I am not the chair. I am the acting chair, so I'm going to speak on behalf of Chair Temple, who could not be with us today. Again, Happy New Year. Not quite sure where January came from so fast, or how fast 2022 went by. I'm sure our student member feels that way as she gears up for her spring semester. Regent Lowbray, apologies, can't get my words right today. Regent Lowbray, how are things in New Orleans, at Delgado, and can you tell us a little bit what the Council of Student Body Presidents has coming up this month?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman. In just a few short weeks, we'll be headed to Washington, D.C. for the annual trip with the Council of Student Body Presidents. We have about 25 of our students planning to attend, which is an amazing participation. So far, we have a tour of the U.S. Capitol scheduled, and we're hoping to be able to tour the White House as well. We'll be meeting with members of the delegation, including Senators Kennedy and Cassidy, and Representatives Graves, Letlow, Johnson, Carter, and even a Vice VP tour with Congressman Scalise. I'm also excited that we'll be able to meet with the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association, which I'm told was the highlight of last year's trip. I'll be sure to provide in-depth recap of our meeting in March. And I wanted to thank everybody on this board and the staff for their dedication to higher education. The day-to-day overtime is what helps with the big picture come to life, and I look forward to seeing what gets accomplished this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can't wait to hear how the trip goes, and you'll share with us, I'm sure, at our next meeting. Members, the student body presidents always do a great job when they go visit the Hill. They leave behind some Regent swag so that they don't forget us. When they meet with congressional leaders and other officials, a fan favorite up there, where it is brutally cold sometimes, are our Regent socks, which you have a couple pairs in front of you, I think, as well today. Again, thank you for making that trip and for sharing with us when you return. Last month, we had a bit of celebrating to do. We recognized 2 outstanding members for their service on this board, for their contributions to students in this state. At our board holiday social, which we thank the Temple family for hosting their beautiful home, we recognized Charlie McDonnell and Sonia Perez for their years of service and their dedication to this board. At that gathering, we further recognized Regent McDonnell for authoring the legislation that created TOPS by presenting him with a board resolution that memorialized his important contributions to the state. And I have a copy signed by Chair Temple that will be entered into the board record today. And we certainly benefited from Regent Perez's wisdom and her intellect. Her expectations and her leadership, her energy and her commitment were unmatched every moment that she served here on the Board of Regents. So we will absolutely miss them both, but so happy again to have 2 new excellent regents join us today. Regents, I don't have to tell you that our staff does outstanding work each day, every day for this agency and for students in the state. They are really champion experts in their field, and we're so lucky to have them. Like other champions, not only do they work hard, but they also play hard. December 5th, Commissioner Reed and her husband, Henry, hosted the staff and their families at the Baton Rouge Zoo for their annual holiday party. Some photographs up on the screen of those families enjoying it. I hear it was a great evening to kick back, to say hi to some of the animals at the zoo, to eat dinner, enjoy the holiday lights throughout the venue. There was jambalaya, of course, and hot chocolate and face painting and all sorts of games. I'm told that the zoo brought out an armadillo and a hedgehog and a blue-tongued skink, which I have no idea what that is, for an up-close, I'm a city person, for an up-close personal visit, which kids, I'm sure, enjoyed. So exciting stuff going on here, and grateful that the families of our excellent staff could celebrate the holidays together. Immediately following the holiday party, Commissioner Reed hopped a flight to Washington, D.C. She does not stay in one place for too long, as we well know, to give a keynote address at the National Association of System Heads. She blew the crowd away by talking about how education has the power to move individuals, communities, and states into a prosperous future. Very inspiring, we're told, she always is inspiring. And she was followed by our own Deputy Commissioner Tristan Denley, who has been leading a national conversation on how to measure prosperity and educational attainment nationally, using many of the same metrics that Louisiana has curated into our Posterity Index. The article that reflects his outstanding work is included in your folders today, so please read that. We're super lucky to have two national leaders on our staff and in our leadership team here. Told Commissioner Reed received several big compliments, one of which, one of the biggest, came from Doug Lederman. He's the editor from Inside Higher Education, who told the crowd, "I could listen to Commissioner Reed speak all day." And so no higher compliment, I think, could be paid, and no truer words. Proof that Louisiana and Commissioner Reed are making a mark in a very powerful way on the higher education ecosystem for the country. So keep up the good work. Next, wanted to provide you with a copy that you have on your desks as well of the Louisiana Association of Business and Industry's 5th and Main magazine, which came out last month. Our commissioner was interviewed about Regents' efforts to engage business leaders, not only in expanding our talent pipeline, but also filling some very critical workforce areas that we talk about a lot here, including healthcare and cybersecurity. This publication is sent to lobbies membership, as well as elected officials and to top employers across Louisiana. So it's a big win for our outreach efforts as it relates to business engagement and to be included. This remains a top priority for this board, and congratulations on landing in that article. This concludes my remarks on behalf of Chairman Temple. So moving on to one of our chair's favorite topics, our annual dual enrollment report. We're going to hear from Malin Baker, Assistant Commissioner, and Adam Lowe, Founder and Director of Saffron Ventures and Consulting. Members, this publication is the second annual dual enrollment report. It builds on the first report we published in June of 2021. And there's been so much accomplished this year regarding the expansion of dual enrollment in Louisiana. So we look forward to hearing about college in the high school level for students across the state. And we thank you both for joining us. And please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Regent Solomon, for welcoming me back today. For the new regents, I am a consultant who works nationally on dual enrollment policy and analysis, and have provided technical and policy support to the regents and its dual enrollment task force over the past 4 years. I conducted the analysis and prepared the report you have before you today, and I've conducted synthesis of dual enrollment data in Washington State recently, as well as using national data sets, as well as other education data analysis projects in Michigan, Indiana, and Washington, D.C. Having worked with state higher education governing boards in multiple states, I'd like to comment on how impressed I have been by this board's continued leadership on improving alignment and coordination between the higher education sector and the K-12 system, with dual enrollment being just one of the many areas in which your leadership has had a very positive impact. As Regent Solomon mentioned, this is the second annual report on dual enrollment, and the second time we've produced this report. We've continued to refine the analysis and presentation and are always interested in hearing from you on additional indicators and analysis you would like us to examine in the future, which we will do our best to respond to, given human resource capacity and data limitations, of course. So when I was here with you last summer sharing some preliminary analysis that we had done, we now have an additional year's worth of data to share. So shifting our publication timeline to December allows us to present more current data each year. And so I wanted to start off with a data point that has a bit of a lag time that we use data from the Department of Education to report on. So this board, in conjunction with the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education in December 2019, adopted a big goal that every student should graduate high school with college credit. All right, it's in the details of that are in the blue box on your screen. I would like to sort of point out that despite the pandemic disruptions that the class of 2021 experienced and our collective concerns about the sort of lower college matriculation of those students, we do have a bright spot here in that there is a 2 percentage point increase in the cohort of those who graduated with college credit or an industry-based credential. Those are represented as the orange students in the chart. Fully half of those orange students, of those graduates who earned college credit, did so by completing dual enrollment courses. This is the largest program by which students are taking advanced coursework in high school. Others do so by passing an AP exam, a CLEP exam, or earning an industry-based credential. The class of 2029, for which you set this goal, is in the 6th grade this year. So it necessitates a continued focus on expanding access to dual enrollment and other courses that lead to industry credentials, and especially on closing equity gaps. Building and strengthening these programs takes time, and to achieve the goal, sustained attention to meaningful cross-sector collaborations will be necessary to improve and positively impact students' pathways. So I'm pleased to report to you that Regents data from 2021-22 last school year shows a large 10% one-year increase in enrollment in dual enrollment courses across all Regents institutions, whether you look at it by the unique number of students participating, the numbers of courses they've attempted, or the credit hours. This is a reflection of the commitment by your colleges and universities to continue to strengthen programs despite the many disruptions of the last 2 years. We believe that some of this growth resulted from increased flexibility that Regents' emergency policy during the pandemic provided to institutions, enabling them to determine student eligibility using a variety of multiple measures starting in 2021. This helped the colleges overcome the impact of the pandemic as well as disruptions from hurricanes. I will share some additional insights from the data on that and about the positive impact of that policy in a minute. Looking at the race and ethnicity of students who participate in dual enrollment, students of color in 2021-22 represented 42% of all dual enrollment students at the public colleges and universities, which was an increase of 5 percentage points over 2018-19, 3 years ago, when we started breaking it down in this way. This growth in the past few years resulted primarily from a net increase of 1,500 more African American students taking dual enrollment courses compared to prior years. So it's a bright spot in our data. I've highlighted that in green on that chart there. Many of these additional students took courses from one of the 3 Southern University campuses, where programs have doubled in size over the past 3 years. Combined, the 3 Southern campuses enroll less than 10% of dual enrollment students, but fully 29% of the African American students taking dual enrollment. Southern's partnerships with many high schools with large populations of African American students demonstrates how equity gaps can be reduced when programs emphasize serving underrepresented student populations and schools. As a result of this increase in the African American student population, the ethnic composition of dual enrollment students is now similar to that of undergraduates at public colleges and universities, of the sort of 24 and under age population. However, continued progress is necessary to increase participation by students of color so that their participation in dual enrollment reflects their share of the high school age population and the adolescent aged students of the state. Prior to the pandemic, only about 13 to 14% of dual enrollments were delivered online or in a hybrid format, somewhere 50 to 100% of 50 to 99% online or virtually. The 2021-22 school year shows that we expect to see some lasting impact of the pandemic. So we saw that double immediately in the 2020-21 school year, and that has dropped down a bit for this last school year. But we think that alternative delivery models are here to stay in some fashion, maybe not in the same way. With over 2,500 course enrollments, Northwestern State University has the largest participation in online dual enrollment. Growth in online and hybrid coursework across the state occurred primarily in the most popular general education subjects, mathematics, English, history, and psychology. Among career and technical subjects, which often have hands-on components, only business and marketing courses have seen significant growth in online delivery. In addition to serving students at times when face-to-face instruction is disrupted, online and hybrid delivery models are accessible to students in small schools, rural communities, as well as other high schools where it can be challenging to find teachers with the credentials needed to teach at the college level. To build a more pipeline of dual enrollment teachers, Regents is about to launch a dual enrollment teacher credentialing program in partnership with graduate schools in the states. So I mentioned the emergency policy earlier that you enacted at the start of the pandemic. It gave institutions greater flexibility in determining how students could be eligible for general education courses during 2020 through 21 school year through to this current school year. This policy allows institutions to substitute a high school counselor recommendation in lieu of subject-specific scores on the ACT or other placement tests based upon overall student performance and grade trends in that subject area. What we saw was that students succeeded in passing dual enrollment courses at high rates, regardless of how they demonstrated eligibility. Regents and the Dual Enrollment Task Force have heard from many stakeholders that the counselor recommendation option has increased access for many successful students who otherwise would not have been able to participate. These students are largely succeeding in dual enrollment courses. Based upon this feedback and this analysis, Regent staff will be recommending permanent policy changes to academic affairs policy later today to allow institutions to continue to use multiple measures to gauge student readiness for dual enrollment. Now, the overall growth that I mentioned earlier masks some significant variation experienced by individual institutions, schools, fields of study, and course delivery methods. You may recall that last summer I presented large declines in courses that are difficult to shift online, particularly in the health professions, precision production, which is welding, culinary, and construction trades. During the pandemic, all four of these took significant declines, and they recovered in 2021 to 22, but not yet to pre-pandemic levels. Previously, prior to the pandemic, 1 in 4 dual enrollments was in the career and technical fields. Now it's down to 1 in 5. This is a combination of the declining enrollment in career and technical fields and growth in the general education fields. This is an area that Regents had identified as an area of need and importance to build and strengthen programs prior to the pandemic, and it has only become even more so as a result of the shifts. Now, some career and technical fields have grown since the start of the pandemic, in particular mechanic and repair technologies, homeland security, as well as education. And I'm pleased to report that, that Southern is offering the first agricultural dual enrollment courses in the state. Prior to last year, I believe we had 0 or maybe just single digits of students taking agricultural courses for dual enrollment. This decline in career and technical education has significantly impacted the Louisiana Community and Technical College campuses. High school students took 4,000 fewer career and technical courses from LCTCS in the 2020-21 school year than in the prior year, while their general education courses have not been affected by that decline. I do want to just take a moment to point out that in the report we highlight those schools that have effectively integrated dual enrollment into the typical high school experience. So these schools that are on that list are those that have a significant number of their graduates who have graduated having taken at least one dual enrollment course. Many of these schools also have high rates of success among students of color. Earlier, I shared with you that last year we saw an increase in African Americans' participation in dual enrollment programs offered by the public colleges and universities. This is the first step towards overcoming the large and persistent gaps in the rates of participation in advanced coursework by students of color compared with all students. So looking now at Department of Education data, When we look at the class of 2021, nearly half of those graduates took at least one dual enrollment AP or IB class during their 4 years of high school. Yet there was a 15 percentage point gap in the participation rate in these advanced courses between African American public high school graduates and their white student peers. The Hispanic-white gap was similar, with a 15 percentage point for students taking any accelerated course. In the report, you'll find additional breakdowns by other demographic variables, such as household economics, gender, English language proficiency, and disability status. All right, so one last thing. A significant portion of that gap that I highlighted on that last page among the racial and income populations in the differential participation rates relates to what schools are being served by dual enrollment. So schools with high percentages of students of color or schools with high percentages of economically disadvantaged students are participating overall in that school at much lower rates. So you see an inverse relationship between this percentage of students of color and the dual enrollment participation rate. So if you compare the top row here with the bottom row, you'll see that high schools with fewer than 20% students of color among their graduates had participation rates that were 19 percentage points higher than schools with greater than 80% students of color. A similar gap can be seen when you look at this across economic status. So schools with low concentrations of students in poverty versus schools with high concentrations of students in poverty. So again, across the state, it is clear that what high school a student attends impacts the number and types of advanced college and career preparatory courses that she has access to. To accomplish this master plan vision of dual enrollment as a pathway to college access and success, it is imperative that programs continue to be strengthened where they are needed the most. I'm going to pass it on to Malin here to talk about some of the recommendations.
Thank you, Adam. So based off of the findings that Adam just spotlighted, found in the annual report, as well as the discussions of the dual enrollment task force, I wanted to spotlight a few of those report recommendations that are found in the report. The first is continuing to close those equity gaps. As Adam mentioned, we've seen a 1-year increase in students identifying as African American participating in dual enrollment, but we must continue to close those equity gaps. Dual enrollment needs to be harnessed to propel those students of color and from economically disadvantaged backgrounds into greater rate of college success and attendance. And it also, as Adam mentioned in his presentation, those targeted efforts of driving that partnership between the secondary and our post-secondary institutions is really a key factor in closing those equity gaps in order for students to access and successfully participate in dual enrollment regardless of race, income, and geographic location. Our second recommendation is to further those target investments to expand access. To support the equitable delivery of dual enrollment across the state, sufficient resources are needed in order to reduce or eliminate the cost incurred by families to address or those schools that are limiting enrollment due to the funding availability. As some of you may recall, at our October board meeting, in the upcoming 2023 legislative session, Regents will be seeking $25.3 million to further minimize or eliminate family-borne tuition expenses for dual enrollment. This funding request will complement existing funding structures which are designed to increase access and increase participation in students and families so they will not have to bear that cost burden of participating in dual enrollment. In formulating in this recommendation in 2020, the Dual Enrollment Task Force charged Regents to work with our institutions to develop a uniform pricing of dual enrollment. Since then, Regents staff has been underway having conversations with our system chief financial officers about creating this uniform pricing structure. More to come, more discussions are underway, and actually on this Thursday will be the next dual enrollment task force meeting. We're really going to dig deep into this topic around uniform pricing structure. The third recommendation is to rebuild and expand those career and technical pathways. Strengthening those pathways specific to those career technical pathways and dual enrollment, as Adam mentioned, has been a priority of Regents as well as Bessie, the Board of Regents, and the Department of Education years prior to the pandemic. But due to those pandemic disruptions, we saw a significant decline due to that in-person learning that's oftentimes associated with those career and technical courses. And so continuing to emphasize those career-connected dual enrollment courses is going to be essential for us to meet our workforce alignment goals. And fourth is going to be continuing to use multiple measures to determine student eligibility. In spring of 2020, this board passed and allowed for an emergency dual enrollment policy that really encouraged our post-secondary institutions to use multiple measures to determine dual enrollment eligibility for those general education courses. And this was in direct response to the cancellation of standardized testing, as well as many factors that were really outside of students' control. And so with the opportunity to have this pilot policy, this emergency policy, we've seen clear success of student success through multiple measures. And so Regents staff will be recommending continuing this interim policy with some additional expanded pathways that will be brought forth for your consideration today during the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. And then fifth, strengthening the college and career advising. As we continue to scale dual enrollment in Louisiana, we also have to seek ways to provide that high-quality advising and support for our students. In June of 2021, Bessie approved an initiative called Fast Forward, and this initiative was funded with planning grants by both Regents and the Department of Education, aimed at increasing the number of high school students graduating with associate's degree and high-demand apprenticeships. And so as we continue to expand the number of opportunities for students to explore college while in high school, we have to couple this growth with expanding ways for students to design those course plans tailored to their college and career goals. And so also in 2020, the Dual Enrollment Task Force recommended revising some of those Louisiana school counseling model standards specific to pathway advising. And this is a recommendation we're saying to further explore and encourage as we continue to scale dual enrollment for students in high school. In this coming year, we really look forward to continuing to advance several of the Dual Enrollment Task Force recommendations. A few Adam mentioned, one being prioritizing the creation of a dual enrollment credentialing pilot for high school teachers, and also you'll hear a little bit about this later today, but also the development of those 20 transfer pathways. And so we look forward to the opportunity to continue to collaborate with the Department of Education and Bessie as we support our students and continue to scale dual enrollment in Louisiana. And so with that, if we hit to the next slide, senior staff recommends the board receive the 2022 dual enrollment report and authorize Regents staff to submit this report to the House and Senate Committees on Education.
Thank you very much. Before question, just want to say briefly that we're very pleased to see the 11% increase in overall dual enrollment, and especially the increase in participation by African American students of 1,500 students, which is tremendous. Regent Ewing.
Thank you for the report. When you hit on the fifth thing about strengthening college career pathway advising, I read an article that about half the people that have gotten a college degree got one that they weren't satisfied with or wasn't taking them where they want to go. So I started asking, we have several in our friendship and family, high school students, asking them about what was their association with their counselor. And most of the time, the counselors are so overburdened, all they're trying to do in their junior and senior year is try to help them get their grades together to apply for scholarships, but very little consulting about what college or what degrees will help you find a job, what the job market is like here in this state and in the country. That's extremely important that we try to do more, and your comments were good, but that's going to take some money and some school boards to get involved in probably more personnel to help students know what they can do. You want to comment on that? Do you see any progress? I'm sure glad that is one of our recommendations because I think it's very important.
I'd say to comment, Regent Ewing, thank you for that. We are really grateful that on the dual enrollment task force is a school counselor at the table participating. And I think I would say, I cannot speak for her, but she has said very similar remarks that you just pointed out. In terms of where we go next step, and exactly in that support, we're continuing to have conversations to see what we can do to further support our school counselors in the state and work really closely with the Department of Education in that efforts. And so I'll defer to co-chair of the dual enrollment task force, Dr. Reed or Adam, if they wanted to add to that.
I would just say, excellent question. You are so right, Regent Ewing. In this country, and certainly Louisiana as well, we just do a poor job of helping students to match their aptitude and interest to the world of work. We do not have a structural process that allows for career exploration and career navigation at scale for students, and so we are leaning into that now to try to figure out where are the gaps, are there states that are doing a better job, and can we learn from them as we move forward. You also see, and I know Regent Aubrey mentioned in our meeting earlier, you see a decline in the dual enrollment participation in technical education versus academic. That is a real challenge for us. I came from Colorado, as you know. Most of the dual enrollment in Colorado is community college-led. Far less of it is university-led. Here, it's the opposite. And so how do we expose students to make sure they understand dual enrollment is for everyone, not just for high flyers. And you need to find your path early so that we are allowing more students to have access than ever before. So I appreciate your comment very much.
I have one additional thought to add, which is that at the Dual Enrollment Task Force meeting in July, June, sometime this summer, we had a panel of colleges and universities from the Regents institutions who shared what they were doing in terms of advising. Because as you point out, the high schools are really tapped out for resources in terms of college and career planning. And utilizing college advising, college career advisors, college degree advisors through dual enrollment partnerships is another way that you can expand college resources to support that transition. And so we heard some successful examples of colleges that have managed to do that, to leverage their resources to assist the high schools in doing that advising work.
Thank you all. Members, are there any other questions? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you for that. We are legislatively required, as you know, to submit it to the House and Senate Education Committee. We will absolutely share it across the management boards, systems, and institutions as well. And I will say we have excellent participation from them in the meetings and the conversations, which is very helpful.
Commissioner?
Yes, please.
I would like to just echo some of the comments made by Regent Ewing and express some concerns. You know, I come up in often very rural communities, and where school counselor looks at this as an added work. And I'm just happen to be familiar with one high school that the teacher just really, or the counselor, which this dual enrollment task was given to, just really is not for it, and it has not encouraged students to participate. And so when you look at the role, scope, and mission of some of our universities and how many of them have aggressively looked at dual enrollment as a pathway to increase enrollment and increase access in the rural communities, I hope that, you know, we talk about resources. It's $25 million that we look how we can augment some staffing to support many of these rural high schools who oftentimes don't have the ability, the instructional capacity to teach many of these courses in coding and cybersecurity in areas where we really need to be focusing. And then, you know, I just wanted, for the record, to know that I'm very interested in this and just to hope that the universities are not looking at dual enrollment as a way just to increase enrollment, but we're looking at opportunities that we could create pathways for all students across Louisiana to gain those credentials and then go to college or, go into the workforce.
Thank you. Any other questions, members, or comments? Hearing none, do we have a motion to submit this report to the House and Senate Committees on Education? Regent May, Regent Ewing. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, saying nay? All right, the motion passes. Thank you both very much. Our next agenda item is reports and recommendations. We'll begin with the nominating committee, and I will turn it over to nominating committee chair Regent Seal.
Thank you, Vice Chair Solomon. At the Regents Board meeting in October, Chair Temple appointed the following regents to serve on the nominating committee with myself as chair and to recommend officers for 2023. The committee was Regent David, Regent Perez, Regent Pryor, and Regent Sterling. The nominating committee has developed these recommendations, and I present them to you now. For chair, Regent Collis Temple for a second term. For vice chair, Regent Gary Solomon. For secretary, Regent Robert Levy. Members, you've heard the recommendation from the nominating committee. Is there a motion to accept the nominations for board officers for 2023? Regent May? Second. Thank you. And Regent Williams-Brown. Is there any discussion? And are there any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion passes.
Can you repeat the slate? I think there was a question about.
Sure. The slate is for chair, Regent Collis Temple. For vice chair, Regent Gary Solomon. For secretary, Regent Robert Levy. Okay. So that motion has passes, and congratulations to the 2023 officers. The nominating committee was also asked to nominate 4 non-officer members to serve on an executive committee. The nominating committee recommends the following members to serve on the executive committee: Regent Seal, Regent David, Regent Meir, and Regent Williams-Brown. Members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the nomination of the non-officer members to serve on the executive committee for 2023? Regent. So motion and second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That motion passes. Members, in addition to appointing officers and the executive committee, the board is authorizing the new chair and vice chair in consultation with the executive committee to organize the various committees with the members that they select and to present it to the full board in the March meeting for ratification. Is there a motion to authorize the board chair in consultation with the executive committee members to appoint committee members to be presented to the board in March for ratification? Motion by Regent Weil. Second. Second by Regent Levy. Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That motion passes. The last order of business is for the swearing in of our officers to be followed by our executive committee members. Members, due to the emergency closure and cancellation of the December 14th meeting, the nominating committee timeline and bylaws could not be followed. As such, We asked the board to waive the internal operating procedures in the bylaws, which calls for the nomination and election of officers in December, in order to timely install the officers and executive committee members today. If the new officers will please join Bree Golden in front, she'll administer for the chair, who's not here with us today, the vice chair and the secretary. Thank you. We now will swear in the executive committee members who are present here today. So I'll ask the newly elected executive committee members to come forward and receive their oaths.
While Regent Seal comes back to the dais, I'll say congratulations, everyone. Please sign the oath of office and give it to Doreen Brasso before you leave today. And that gives Regent Seal time to get back in the chair and take over the meeting. Thank you.
Just for a few moments. We next will move on to the legislative report. Bree Golden, the policy advisor to strategic planning and student success, will present our first item, the legislative study report update. Bree?
All right, here we go. Thank you, Regent Seal, and thank you, members. I'm happy to be a part of the legislative team and provide a brief update on the status of a few pieces of legislation that require reports either from Regents or any of the councils and task force that are under Regents' jurisdiction. So with that being said, I'll get into the first agenda item. There were 4 reports that came out of the 2022 regular legislative session. The first one is Act 682, and this created the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Council and established a special fund. You're going to hear more about this council and the fund during the Academic and Student Affairs Committee today, and you're going to also receive a more in-depth and detailed information about the report at our March board meeting. Also included in your materials is an action-to-date report, which details the work accomplished by the council thus far. And the council was created to expand inclusive education programs on public college campuses in Louisiana. So you'll learn more about that in the report, also, once again, in the Academic Affairs Committee meeting. And there's going to be more to come on the work of this group as it's preparing to provide campus grants and submit its first legislative report in advance of the February 1st deadline. And moving forward, this council will be required to provide an annual report. The second item, Senate Resolution 196. This charged the Board of Regents and Bessie to study computer coding and American Sign Language to the top foreign language options. This study was not required because legislation was already passed concerning these two items. First was Act 502, which added computer science to the TOPS core and which already includes computer coding to the TOPS list of courses. And then also, American Sign Language was already included on the core. Therefore, the two items that were addressed in Senate Resolution 196 to come out of the 2022 session, they're already resolved and did not require further study. So a letter will be sent to the legislature regarding this. Senate Resolution 129. This requested the Nursing Supply and Demand Council, which is staffed by the Board of Regents, to study statewide nurse retention. A component of this was to distribute a statewide survey to both the Louisiana State Board of Practical Nurse Examiners and the Louisiana State Board of Nursing. This survey was distributed in October and received over 1,000 responses. The council, with the support of Regent staff, will be reviewing the draft response at its upcoming council meeting, which is set for this Thursday at 10 o'clock in the morning. And lastly, Act 719. This created the Hunger-Free Campus Designation Program. Regent staff recently released a survey to all of our institutions to determine the current state of the food pantries of all of our campuses. In addition, we're consulting with other states regarding similar grant programs. More information is going to come as it relates to this program, but work is underway to implement this important legislation. And the other items, Act 205 and Act 308, this is regarding the policy implementation status. So the last two pieces of legislation from the 2022 regular legislative session do not require an annual report. However, we wanted to share that progress is being made on these items, which will be discussed in academic affairs today during this meeting. As a note, Act 205 created reverse transfer, and Act 308 created the universal transfer pathways. As it pertains to legislative reports, prior to the 2022 regular legislative session, Regents was responsible for submitting 10 annual legislative reports, and we also, included in your materials, should be a one-pager that has an extensive list of all of those reports. It includes where they're found in law, what acts, what session it came out of, and also when it is due on an annual basis. And it gives a brief description of what those reports contain. So if you want to take a look at it, it's included in your materials. The 2022 regular legislative session, as I mentioned, added 2 additional reports, Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Council and Hunger-Free Campus. So that's going to result in staff having to submit 12 total annual reports. And with the conclusion of these updates, senior staff recommends granting the commissioner the authority to finalize legislative reports required by the 2022 session and submit them along with any required annual reports to the legislature by their respective 2023 deadlines, and update the board at the March 2023 meeting on these reports.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion to grant to the commissioner and the board chair the authorization to finalize the legislative priorities agenda? Who, okay, motion is made, seconded by,
A second.
okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That motion carries.
As it relates to the next agenda item with the development of the 2023 legislative priorities, I will turn it over to the commissioner.
Thank you, Bree. As you all know, we are preparing for April legislative session. It is a fiscal session, but legislators are allowed to bring 5 bills that are non-fiscal in nature. And so we are working now with our systems and campuses to ensure that we are addressing any legislative needs. Of course, the main issues are our fiscal issues. And the ability for us to clearly and effectively articulate the need for continued strategic investments in moving talent development forward in our state. And so we'll have a heavy focus, obviously, on the budget conversation, hopefully working with the governor and the administration to see a strong executive budget. And then we have the responsibility, of course, to try to advocate to keep those dollars throughout the legislative process. But we are working on the legislative package, and we look forward to bringing those details to you at the next meeting, which will be prior to the start of the session in April.
Commissioner, can I ask, okay, I saw the article, and you were in the article, and I appreciate what you said, as always, but what if we're at a committee and we're asking for additional funding, what are our priorities this year for additional funding that we do not, I know we always think we're kind of short in all areas, but what would we be most seeking to enhance the higher education program at all universities and community colleges?
Sure. Thank you for that. So as you know, we had to submit in November our budget request, but we are focused in a couple of important areas. First off, obviously, our North Star is always talent development, trying to make sure we have more individuals who have credentials of value than ever before. And so that is a critical piece for us as we think about education to employment. So when we lean into, and as Bree mentioned, there are a lot of interest in what about the healthcare shortage? What about the cybersecurity shortage? What about the teacher shortage? How are we specifically moving policy and practice and resources to address high-demand workforce needs across our state and to support research, whether that's the cancer designation and other items. So talent development, research development, that's always important. We are in the talent development business, which means you can't do it without people. And so the system presidents traditionally have said their number 1, 2, and 3 request is faculty support, faculty and staff support. They are subject to the market as we are, and so we are seeing in a competitive market, it's hard to hang on to great faculty and staff, particularly some of the cyber and IT staff, very hard to hire, very hard to retain.
So we're talking about teaching staff.
Right,
Teaching
absolutely,
staff.
absolutely. So that's an important area for us. The other thing I would say is really resiliency. As we think about one-time dollars and the significant excess budget, you know, we have successfully in higher education educated through a pandemic and hurricanes and done more on top of that with emergency response. But the question that I think we have to ask now is, what happens if disruption is the norm in education? What does that mean for the delivery of education, the business practices, the policies? And so how do we ensure we have a technology-rich, cyber-secure, and safe campus all across Louisiana? So those are the kinds of things that we're advocating for as we move forward. Of course, there are many, many issues, but those are some of the top issues.
What about student support? Is there any, you know, one of the things that I guess, and you and I have talked about, and we've had it in this, is affordability for a lot of students
Yes.
that we have, when you come from a state that has a pretty low family income and so forth. But is there going to be money available that could be used to support the student expense?
Yes, we absolutely always advocate for a full suite of affordability options, whether it's need-based aid, whether it's TOPS, and now, of course, we've started our Murphy J. Foster program for adult financial aid. And so those things remain on the table. We see dual enrollment as an affordability option as well for students. If they start college in high school, it can make their college experience more affordable moving forward. And so we're advocating for a full range of affordability options as well. And I would also mention textbook affordability. Louisiana does a really good job with open ed resources, and we're trying to lean into that even more so that students have access on day one to the textbook and materials that they need so that they can be successful. Sure.
Commissioner, just one quick question to piggyback on Regent Ewan's comment. Have we studied mental health support on our campuses and how to make sure we're closing that gap as well?
We have a significant mental health gap, as you mentioned. Thank you for that. It existed pre-pandemic. It's even more challenging now. And so Dr. Allison Smith is here, and so she's been our point of contact with the Department of Health, trying to make sure that we have resources available with the Office of Public Health, specifically for our campuses, to ensure that students have access to the level of professionals that they need. Some campuses do have licensed clinicians on campus. Many do not, and so we want to make sure that we're either shoring up the resource or connecting them to a resource within the community that would allow them to have high-quality, real-time support to address their needs.
We ready to move to the next agenda item?
Senior staff has to make a recommendation of granting the commissioner, the board, and the board chair authority to finalize the 2023 legislative agenda and act on the legislation as needed with an update to the board at the March 2023 meeting.
Did we just take up that motion out of order? Okay.
We can do
I
a
think I took
combined.
that motion up out of order.
Okay. Do you want to do a combined, or you want to go back?
Let's,
Yeah. You authorized the reports, and so
okay. All right.
you're right.
So we do need a correcting motion there. Someone want to state the motion? The motion is to grant the commissioner and board chair authority to finalize the 2023 legislative agenda and act on legislation as needed with an update to the board in the March meeting. Okay.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Hearing none, that motion passes.
And with respect to the next agenda item, HCR 39, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Susanna Craig.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members. Today, we're here to talk about the Teacher Recruitment, Recovery, and Retention Task Force. Here with me from the Louisiana Department of Education is M. Cooper, who is the Deputy Assistant Superintendent of Educator Development. And she is our partner, our collaborator, and a friend as we work together to really address and fill the teacher shortage gap. We have been very busy over the last 16 to 17 months. We did a preliminary report for you last year, but this particular task force has worked very hard to answer the 21 questions that were identified in the House concurrent resolution. Those questions were divided up into three categories: recruitment, recovery, and retention, and we've been working on these nonstop since the inception of this task force. This shows you a brief slide of the timeline from 2022, February 2022 till now, but this task force began in September, August of 21. This is just a very general overview of the incredible amount of work that we've accomplished in these last 16 months. Just to highlight the need, currently, this data comes from the Louisiana Department of Education. There are 43,931 certified teachers in the state of Louisiana, and our current vacancies in public schools are 1,145. I think another a statistic that really highlights why A, this task force is so important, and B, it is so important that we are working on multiple measures to fill the teacher shortage gap, is to look at the decline in enrollment in our education preparation programs. You can see the decline from 2016 to 2021. Our role as a task force, we've really spent the last 16 to 17 months addressing the decline in teacher candidates, and we had some significant changes that occurred over the summer, and that Em is going to talk with you a little bit about how we are addressing these issues. Em?
All right, good morning. I'm very proud of the partnership of all of the task force members and the organizations that they represent. We've done some outstanding work the past year, and we have much more to do. As Susanna mentioned, we've got about 1,100 teacher vacancies as of this past October. But to give you a little background, in January, when we assessed that number, we had over 2,500. So we've decreased that number by more than half in less than a year. The task force created a comprehensive recruitment and retention strategy that includes 28 actions that both Board of Regents and the LDOE are implementing. And I'd like to share just a few of those highlights with you all today. The task force directed LDOE to expand the pre-educator pathway in high schools, which has the mission to cultivate highly skilled educators beginning in high school and then throughout college and into the profession. Students on a career or a college pathway take courses that provide strong foundational academic knowledge, skills, and education-focused coursework that builds an understanding of diverse learners and the learning environment. The pre-educator pathways launched last school year in 2021-2022 with implementation in over 21 school systems. This past year, we allocated over $1 million to expand to over 90 schools across 46 school systems. We also released guidance and supports to school systems for school system leaders who are helping to implement this, and then the teacher leaders on each campus of that pathway. We've provided statewide teacher leader curriculum training, guidance documents, professional learning communities for those implementing the pathway, and also learning visits across the state for other systems to learn with and from each other about the successes they're seeing in their schools. The task force also elevated the importance of having a diverse workforce, which improves the quality of education for all students. Louisiana's teacher workforce does not reflect the diversity of the students it serves. So we have 25% of our workforce identifying as a teacher of color compared to 50% of our students of color. Louisiana was selected as one of 3 states in the country to be part of the American Institute for Research's Center for Great Teacher and Leaders National Collaborative on Increasing Diversity in the Workforce. And so we have been working with that collaborative to really evaluate the current practices in place and potential practices to improve the diversity of the workforce in our state. Last fall, the task force also studied the barrier of praxis core on recruiting teachers into the profession. This assessment is a core skills test similar to the ACT that was required to beginning a teacher preparation program. The task force reviewed data and research aligned to the barriers this assessment created, and they endorsed the removal of this assessment for both entering a teacher preparation program and licensure. The Praxis 2, which is the assessment series that assesses content and pedagogy, remain required as those directly assess the knowledge and skills aligned to teaching. The task force also endorsed LDOE and Board of Regents to pursue efforts to study incentives and compensation of our educators and how to increase that. This past legislative session, teachers received a $1,500 pay increase and support staff received a $750 pay increase. The legislature also approved that the MFP include a $2,000 stipend for our mentor teachers. In addition, the Go Teach Fund was created and allocated $5 million, which is to provide financial aid for those in teacher preparation programs. We are also wrapping up the first of its kind comprehensive statewide compensation and incentive study that will help us understand what this looks like across our school systems and really drive decisions for improving our compensation. We also expanded 2 fellowships, the Aspiring Principal Fellowship and the Human Resources Fellowship, in order to prepare future principals for success in their first year as a principal. The Aspiring Principals Fellowship supports the development of aspiring leaders across the state. We launched a pilot cohort last year with around 20 aspiring leaders and expanded that cohort to 50 aspiring leaders this year. They are receiving professional learning and support in a year-long fellowship where they learn from site visits and panels of successful principals. They receive professional learning critical to the role as a school leader and also develop a strong network of soon-to-be principals around the state. We also invested dollars into our human resources director since they are essential in driving school and system improvement and really helping them develop a local recruitment and retention strategy that meets the needs of their school system. We've now had 35 school systems represented in this year-long fellowship. We also expanded reciprocity through Act 244, which removed the requirement of teachers coming into our state wanting to teach, having 1 year of successful teaching in Louisiana if they met the exam exclusion requirements. So now teachers who've been teaching in other states from outside of Louisiana who meet the requirements can now teach in Louisiana. We also launched this past summer the New Teacher Experience. This is a comprehensive induction program for beginning teachers. It provides direct supports to new teachers through professional learning, affinity groups, and mentoring. We also provided a lot of supports to our school system leaders in how to implement their school system specific induction program. We launched the New Teacher of the Year Award, which is the same program as our State Teacher of the Year and State Principal of the Year. And then we also had a summer kickoff event in July. We have hundreds of teachers engaging in this New Teacher Experience across the state that they deserve and need to be successful in their first few years. Another recommendation was to study the current educator evaluation system and develop a plan to improve that system. We are reviewing that current system that was created over 10 years ago in order to identify areas for improvement. We've conducted focus groups and a survey asking for the input of educators who are evaluated and then educators who evaluate others to really compile the feedback on their experiences and their needs of an improved system. We should have that report later this month, and that will help inform some next steps for improving our evaluation system. And then the last item I'd like to give you an update on is the task force really wanted to collect educator perspectives to understand the educator experience and their needs. Listening sessions and a survey was administered to collect feedback that is really used to understand what it's like to be an educator every day and what needs they have, especially regarding teacher well-being. This information will help us make decisions about how to better support teachers, school leaders, and system leaders to help reduce burnout and stress. A few things we've learned so far from this work are that teachers remain in the profession because they feel they are effective in developing students. They really feel called to that mission, and they also enjoy the flexible schedule that it offers. They also indicated the main reason that people leave the profession is the stress and the need for higher compensation. We know that educator voice is so important, and so we want to make sure that we're truly listening and then acting on those needs, and so that final report will be available this month. The last thing that I'll add is our annual workforce snapshot is released in January each year. It'll be released next week, but it provides a high-level look of the current educator workforce, and we're seeing positive movement in our retention rates, our certification rates, and our educator diversity. So just really proud, again, of the work that we're doing, and hope you all enjoyed some of the highlights of what we've been working on the past year.
Could you explain what is the plan for continuing this work?
Sure, thank you. Perfect segue into the next slide. So really my question would be, so now what? The work is not done. And so one of the things that we are requesting is the continuation of this task force. It has to be legislatively handled this summer, but we do have an author that is, in fact, the original author of this particular resolution. Representative Buddy Mincy is going to recommend this task force continue for at least an additional 2 years, because we are right in the middle of doing some really critical work to decrease this gap in teachers in our school systems. We are also right in the middle of exploring options for increasing teacher pay and compensation. In fact, we'll be getting the results of that extensive, comprehensive compensation study within the next several months, and we'd like to use the data that we receive from that report to make some solid recommendations moving forward. And the third piece is support the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. This is something that the Department of Education has been working on for quite some time. It is going before the legislature this summer. I believe, we need more than 20 states are actually considering it, but we need at least 10 to sign on. And if so, this will be. We've already made some strides in Louisiana ourselves, but this Interstate Mobility Compact is really going to strengthen the ability of teachers to move from state to state, especially those teachers who are connected with the military. And so we have high hopes that this will pass this summer, but the work continues. Regent Seal, we are not slowing down on this work. We are in fact accelerating this work to not only meet the needs of the current teachers that we have across the state, but those teacher candidates who are in our university systems, as well as those teacher candidates that are in non-university systems. And the Department of Education and the Board of Regents are continuing to work together to really solve for this teacher shortage crisis.
Can you tell us what are the legislative committees that you will be reporting to or working with going forward?
Well, I would say House Ed and Senate Ed for sure. I know that some significant teacher retirement bills were passed this summer that we didn't really discuss. And I'm not sure if those, Dr. Reed, you might be able to help us a little bit. There are other committees that will be connecting with this session.
Dr. Craig is correct. Obviously, the education committees for compensation, the finance committees, appropriation and Senate finance, and then certainly if there's anything else in retirement. I do want to also say while I have the mic how pleased I am, not only with the partnership and collaboration, but with the progress to have cut the challenge in half, and I'm looking forward to the report. And when the report comes out, that M reference, we will make sure to share that with you all as well. You know, we cannot develop talent in post-secondary education if we do not have strong teachers in the classroom serving our students. And our colleges of education produce the teachers who teach the students who become our students. So we are all in this work, and very excited to see progress made and still work to be done.
So, Dr. Craig, what is your request?
Yes.
Let me ask a question. On retention, do we have any information about the success of retaining teachers, particularly in the lower grades, if in fact they are served by a teacher's aide? Because what I hear from teachers that I talk to that are trying to work with particularly the elementary early years is there is a problem in discipline. There's a problem in just kind of corralling everybody and getting them focused and how much time they have to spend. But I wonder if we have any information that shows that there is a increase in retention if in fact in early years you have a teacher's aide.
I don't know if we collect that data of matching a teacher's aide to a teacher. I do know our pre-K classrooms have paraprofessionals in them. As far as K and up, I'd have to look to see if we have that data, but that's an interesting idea.
Well, do you think that would be helpful? Have you surveyed any of the teachers? I mean, if you got one teacher and in some of our classes you got 30 children and sometimes more in first, second, and third grade, I mean, all of us know if we've got more than 2 grandchildren, that's a challenge. And I wonder if we ought to look at that. I mean, I'm all for paying our teachers as much as we can because I think along with health care, there's no greater service to our society and our, there's no greater service than being a teacher. But I do wonder how we could make it easier. I know when my wife helped me with my grandchildren, it was a lot easier. So it's just kind of simple thought that first, second, and third graders, many of them have not had any kind of environment that led to sit down and listen, that type of thing.
Yeah, I would add a couple things. One, what we do know about class size and effective teachers is that an effective teacher is effective whether they have 18 or 25 kids. And so I think we've also heard through the surveys that we've collected, and frankly for years, that it's much more than at the classroom level. It has to start at the school level. And so we've heard a ton from our school leaders asking for that kind of support as well. So how can I, as a school leader, support a school-wide, safe, inclusive learning environment so that there aren't disruptions? And so we've heard from that survey, again, the need from school leaders on professional learning there and systems to support improved discipline. And then same for teachers. How do we provide teachers the knowledge and skills to be able to effectively handle that and work with parents as well? So I think once we get that final report too, we'll hear more of that and then help make those recommendations and decisions for how to support teachers in schools.
But I do think, Regent Ewing, we can take your question to the Teacher Recruitment Retention Task Force, and as we begin to discuss our next iteration of work, it's definitely something that we can consider a study on just what you've spoken about.
Well, I appreciate that because I really do think, I mean, just common sense tells you someone to help.
Yeah.
When you're trying to pass on instruction and someone to help on some of the issues that are in the class. And it's not just my idea, but I've heard this from teachers, particularly in those first 3 or 4 years. After that, it doesn't seem, well, I don't really know. But I do know an elementary teacher that has just come out of the College of Education at Louisiana Tech and is put in the first grade by herself with 30 students. And you think about it, you know. I would like to have that, I would appreciate that being included as something to look at because money is needed at all areas, but just making the teaching environment more practical more attractive.
Thank you for that. We'll take that into consideration when we meet with the commission in March. Ready? Regent Seal?
Please.
So, sure.
Thank you. Is your committee looking at the effect of the standardized testing is having on existing school teachers? The existing school teachers that I talk to believe that's having a detriment on them wanting to continue in the field and making them want to retire as soon as early. Good teachers that are stressed out over the emphasis on passing standardized tests at their schools. You know, you could be an excellent teacher at a poor school and you're, without better words to put it, mentally punished or by these grade systems they give on schools, and people are stressed out, from the principal, the counselors, to the teachers, on trying to educate kids because we're saying, you know, your school's a F, your school's a D, and putting these artificial standards on schools and excellent teachers, and it's driving them out of the profession.
We're actually looking into all things that are creating that burnout and stress for teachers, and we've seen a lot of that from that survey. So it's collecting things like standardized tests, expectations that are held to them, the environments they're working in, their school leaders. So it's really a more holistic approach at what's creating that stress and burnout, but that is included.
Any other questions?
When we looked into that data, we found a couple places that they were more heavily concentrated. One was in charter schools, another one was in more rural areas, and then the third area was the more lower performing that school. Those schools tended to have higher vacancies.
So if there are no more questions, senior staff recommends the board receive the 2022 final report for the HCR 39 of the 2021 regular legislative session and authorize Regent staff to submit this report to the House and Senate committees on education.
Members, you've heard the request. Is there a motion? Motion by Regent May, second by Regent Levy. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Regent Seal, for covering while I had to step out. Next is the Power-Based Violence Report update to be presented by Dr. Allison Smith, our Assistant Commissioner for Student Health and Wellness. Dr. Smith, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since the August 10, 2021 adoption of the Board of Regents Uniform Policy on Power-Based Violence, as required by Act 472 of the 2021 regular legislative session, the Board of Regents has remained committed to maintaining safe campus communities and promoting a culture of prevention. As required by law, staff will present the annual Power-Based Violence Report, which includes a statewide summary of reports received in fall 2022 of Title IX and power-based violence incidents dating from April 1st to September 30th of 2021 with an update on mandatory training. On the slide before you, you will see part of our policy requires that each year our systems mandatorily train all of their employees for all of their responsible employees. A responsible employee is defined as an employee who receives a direct statement regarding or witnesses an incident of power-based violence, and responsible employees do not include an employee who is designated as a confidential advisor pursuant to revised statute 17.3399.15. All of our systems have utilized our Board of Regents provided training for all responsible employees, for which we collaborated with the Louisiana Attorney General's office, and we had the training developed by our Title IX expert, Nina Gupta, that we will be updating in the coming future after some additional laws have been changed coming soon. So all of our systems are right about a 90% training rate. This data stopped at September 30th so that they can begin their timely reporting. So we do know that some of the systems have updated some of their data to be sure. And we know that the fall is a very heavy time when new faculty start to come on. So a lot of our systems continues to train beyond that particular date. On the next slide, what we'll see is the confidential advisors. Confidential advisors are defined as people designated by an institution to provide emergency and ongoing support to students who are alleged victims of power-based violence. We have a 99% completion rate for our systems, and I have found out since the submission of this information, we are currently at 100%. I recently found it out. But all of our systems, we utilize a ratio of 1 confidential advisor to every 1,500 students. That is, there is no national standard for confidential advisors. We adopted a standard of ratio from the International Association of Counseling Standards that many of our institutions use based on the rate of how many full-time counselors an institution should have for their students. So we adopted that rate for confidential advisors, and we've heard from all of our systems that they are happy and pleased with the rate, that it seems to adequately staff their campus, and all of them have gone above and beyond their required rate. On this slide, you will find a compilation of open Title IX complaints versus closed Title IX complaints, and open power-based violence complaints, and closed power-based violence complaints. Last year, when we presented this report, we only gave you the total number of complaints for power-based violence requests. Based on a suggestion from Regent Solomon, we broke that out to what is Title IX related conduct and what is power-based violence reported conduct, as power-based violence is a much wider and broader set of conduct versus Title IX. And so you will see those cases listed before you, and in your packet you were provided with specific incidents by system, what that looks like for each campus. So we'll move into an ongoing implementation update. With our systems, we, last year on June 7th, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the passage of, June 23rd, of the 50th anniversary of Title IX. We brought together all of our systems, campus presidents and leaders, and we were able to talk about some of the ongoing things, the movement our state is making on power-based violence. One of the things that has since happened, our systems have taken their charge and done a lot of training within their systems. They've pretty much all hosted system-focused training on Title IX and power-based violence and equipped their staff with additional training. One thing that our systems have reached out to us about is providing some additional training statewide on nuances between Title VII employment law and things that fall under Title IX and things that fall under ADA compliance. And so we'll be working this semester to get a training for our systems to that, so that our Title IX coordinators and our campus folks, they're able to differentiate the subtle nuances between where a case may fall. For instance, one of our institutions, there was a report of under power-based violence, but it actually was transferred to the ADA compliance, as it had to do with an emotional support animal. So the student said, basically, I'm not sure where I should go, but I know I've been hearing on my campus that the Title IX coordinator can help me if I feel like something is going on against me. And so they referred that case to the ADA compliance person. So being able to help them distinguish between some of those subtleties. Additionally, with policy review, we will continue to follow all federal conversations on proposed regulations for Title IX, the national proposal of rulemaking on Title IX, which came out last year, and which received almost 250,000 public comments. So we do know there's a little bit of interest on this topic. We will be awaiting, like many other states, campuses, and systems, what those final rules will look like. Once the rule changes have been finalized, the Office of Civil Rights, the Board of Regents, and all of our public post-secondary systems will update their respective policies to remain consistent with federal regulations. Next, for our survey development, we will continue to provide ongoing training on power-based violence, And one of the things that has come up when meeting with the Power-Based Violence Review Panel is that we will work to develop a grievance process, some type of focus group for students who have gone through the campus grievance process to share their feedback with us. How can we improve that process? What things could make this more welcoming or more supportive to students who have reported incidents of power-based violence on their campus? So creating a feedback loop so we can make sure that we're intentional and being intentional about creating safe and supportive campuses and promoting prevention on our campuses. Additionally, with this group is our group with the Power-Based Violence Review Panel is closely monitoring developments at the federal level after the 2022 reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act and the passage of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which calls for the development and the deployment of a national climate survey. So a few years ago, many of you were on our board as we went to the legislature, I believe in 2019, and we asked to have our campus climate survey move from every year to every 3 years. Federally, there's a discussion that a new instrument, a national campus climate survey instrument, will be coming forth, which will be administered every 2 years. And so in the interest of trying not to over-survey students, to increase participation, and to be fiscally responsible, the recommendation from the Power-Based Violence Review Panel was to delay the administration of the campus of Spring 2023 instrument, knowing that within 6 or so months, we will be receiving a new federal instrument that all campuses will be required to administer, publish on their website, and report to the U.S. Department of Education. And lastly, one of the things we are working on is our website dashboard. We are grateful to the governor and the legislature for their providing the best state reinvestment in higher education and their support of important policy, including $5 million in state funding for Title IX, and which is recurring funding. I'm very excited about that. Bree and I, we share with our national counterparts that that is a very strong commitment that the state of Louisiana has made to creating safe cultures that a lot of other states have not yet made with recurring funding. These dollars will be used to create a Title IX website that will provide details regarding updated federal regulations, state standards, and requirements related to all post-secondary institutions. It will also provide definitions of discrimination, assault, helplines, and crisis intervention tools, resources for survivors, and links to all system-specific power-based violence websites. And with that, I will pause here for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, members? All right, Allison, I've got a question then.
Yes.
So, and I think you know where I'm going with this because I think it was mentioned to you. Yes. It's looking at the numbers. There is such a huge range of cases per student head count. So, for example, in the case of Southern, with power-based violence cases, or I guess not, complaints received, right? It's 1 out of like 3,200, whereas at LSU, it's 1 out of like 28,000. How is there such a huge range between systems, and what does that tell us about either the climate for reporting, the awareness, the conditions on campus? What does that range tell us?
So one thing that I'd like to point out that we know that all of our institutions, based on the population they tend to serve, they have varying enrollment rates. And so one of the things we've seen from research, not just specific to higher education, but to sexual assault reporting, that it tends to be lower in African-American communities. So one, even our staff, we've heard from the staff at Southern that they do feel that there may be some underreporting there. And so it tends to be lower within our HBCU system, so we're not really surprised there. But then also— But
it's actually the opposite on a per capita, though.
So one of the things that they think it may be a little bit underreported there, and that's from hearing from the staff based on even though what they've heard, what their numbers have shown, saying that, oh, I've seen this, but I'm not necessarily reporting, or they've gotten reports, they've talked with students, but I don't necessarily want to make a report. And so we know that the number may be a little bit underreported. One of the things that we've seen with some of the other institutions, the systems where they received a ton of focused spotlight on this particular issue, is that one of the things that Monica Taylor with the Louisiana Attorney General's office, they spoke about, and I believe Dr. Henderson from the UL system mentioned, is that as we see this stronger focus, we are going to see a flood of complaints come in, and that is what we want. initially we want students to feel like I can trust the system that's been set in place, that they will do something about it, that they will act on my behalf. And so, one, we knew that this year we would definitely see an increase in reporting. And so being sure that the cases are solved timely, in a timely manner, and that the resolution that best suits the claimant and the campus community is reached.
Of course.
Thank you. One of the things that we noticed at LSU is, as we've increased, I think we kind of tend to be the poster child on this, right, for everybody. And I'm glad to hear that the numbers were updated, even though they weren't updated on the slideshow. So our vice president's been working very hard to make sure all employees, including those, and this doesn't address the question, but I want to make this point, including those who we realized through the fall semester, support staff, janitorial staff, housekeeping staff do not have access to technology. Vice President Manuel is putting in some access through human resource management so that those folks can take their training in a more timely manner. So thank you for letting everyone know that number has been updated. One thing we've noticed at LSU is that there are many mechanisms for reporting, especially power-based violence, assaults, rapes, et cetera. Police, city police, LSU police, the Title IX office, STAR has been very prevalent on the LSU campus. Students, this is to my knowledge, and because we have been very concerned about making sure that students and any victim is accessing the service they need and reporting as they wish. They are encouraged to go to the Title IX office. They're not required to go to the Title IX office. And so I want to make that distinction and then LSU police and Baton Rouge City police especially are not required to report numbers of crimes back to the university for us to then put into a report. So I agree with you, Regent Solomon, that number looks very skewed for the number of students, especially at the A&M campus in Baton Rouge, and with the crimes we see reported in the media on a regular basis in the general population at LSU, in Baton Rouge. So it's very concerning to us because we want our campus to be safe, and of course, the city of Baton Rouge runs right through the LSU A&M campus. So, and we've seen lots of reports in the news, especially at the beginning of the fall semester. Many of those were investigated and sent to the appropriate place, and some media reports were hyped that were not exactly as the crime had been reported in the media. But it's something we're very cognizant of, and we are working with to develop MOUs and have MOUs signed between the different law enforcement agencies so that we can report accurately, because it's extremely important to this organization. It's extremely important for the safety of our community. I read all the parent pages on social media. I'm a parent at LSU of a young daughter, and I want her safety and everyone else's safety to be prominent. So we continue to push this conversation and make sure that law enforcement is working with LSU as closely as we can. Unfortunately, it's not always reflected in the way these reports are structured. So I agree that there's some skewed numbers there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments, members? All right. Hearing no others, you've heard the recommendation to submit this report on behalf of the board. Is there a motion to receive and submit this report? Got a motion? Do we have a second? Second. All right. Any discussion or questions? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, saying nay? Hearing none, this motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thanks, Brianna. Next is item C, which is facilities and property. Matthew Labriere, Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration, is going to present this, starting with item C1, the Act 959 project.
Thank you, Regent Solomon. The first item on the agenda is the Act 959 project for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. As a reminder, 959 projects allow institutions to oversee capital projects up to $5 million if they're using funds that non-state funds, so grants, self-generated dollars, donations. And so with that, the University of Louisiana Lafayette is expanding a research facility at the New Iberia Research Center. It is 12,000 square feet to build out the third floor of Building 29. This will allow for more ongoing research work for pharmaceutical companies in the vaccine work that ULL has been doing. Total cost of the project is $2.6 million, with $2 million coming from the National Institutes of Health, and ULL is putting up the rest of the funds, $568,000 through self-generated revenue. And I would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Matthew. Any questions? All right, the recommendation, please.
So senior staff recommends the approval of the Act 959 project for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
Excellent. We got a motion over here. You have a second? Second? Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Next is item C.2, land transfer at Fletcher Technical Community College, Louisiana Marine and Petroleum Institute site to LUMCON.
Yes, sir. This is a transfer from the LCTCS to Board of Regents on behalf of LUMCON. At this site right now, the LUMCON Blue Works building is being built. And so in order to, as we get near completion this spring, this will allow it to become part of Board of Regents. It's a procedural move that gives, moves the title into Board of Regents' name on this site. So with that, senior staff recommends the approval of the transfer of the property from Fletcher Technical Community College to the Board of Regents on behalf of LUMCON, and authorizes the chair and the commissioner to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you, Matthew. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve this item? Got a motion, we've got a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. All right, members, we're going to take a quick lunch break. I think we're going to resume here. What time are we going to reserve? 1 o'clock? Okay, we're going to resume here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, everybody. Long day. We're going to move on now to, what's that? I'm going to get you out in time for the ball game. Absolutely. Who are you rooting for? Which one are you rooting for? How long we go? We might stay here if I don't like it. Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to move on to Academic and Student Affairs. Dr. Tristan Denley, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Innovation, will present these items. Just a reminder, we are still live streaming and all that good stuff, so watch your mics and turn them on if you have something to say. All right, Tristan, all you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll begin with the consent agenda. So first of all, we have six routine staff approvals that are just changes in CIP codes, some name changes, 2 or 3 new certificate programs, and a request to move a program 100% online. As I say, these are routine staff approvals. The second item is an addition to our academic affairs prior learning assessment policy. When you'll remember approving that policy about a year ago, last February, as part of that work, we have worked with the chief academic officers of the 4 systems to all agree on a standard score of 3 for AP exams and a standard score of 50 for CLEP exams. Actually, all except for there's one particular subject where at one institution it is a 4, but other than that, we're working on changing that to be a 3 as well. But for every other school and every other subject is a score of 3 and a score of 50. So many thanks to the academic officers for all of that work. The third item on the consent agenda and the fourth are both reports that are required by legislation. Act 356 requires an annual reporting on articulation and transfer. This report is in your packet, but in many ways the findings of this year are very, very similar to the findings of last year, and that is the reason why over the last year and today as well, we have instituted a significant number of changes to just improve and overhaul articulation and transfer. And again, a huge thank you to SATSE, the State Articulation and Transfer Council, that has worked so hard to create the policy structures, 2 of which I'll be presenting to you later on in this agenda. And then the last report is required by Act 682, which establishes the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Advisory Council. This is a new stream of work which we have not discussed before, but it really discusses a number of programs we have across the state that work specifically with students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We currently have 6 such programs across our state. As they currently stand, they are all in the southern part of the state, and we do not have any programs at HBCUs. This particular act established an advisory council to really look deeply into both the current programs that we have and the possibilities that we would have to expand such programs. And so I'm happy to say that as part of that legislation, there was $1 million set aside to both enhance the current programs and expand those programs to other campuses. We are currently in the swings of an RFP, which will close actually the middle of next week. So when we meet again in March, I will be able to give you a detail of exactly where those funds will be going and the new programs that will be being established. But already that council has met 4 times, and a significant amount of progress has already been made in understanding where we are and ways in which we'll be able to expand the footprint of those programs. So with that, senior staff recommends the approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. Members, are there any questions? If not, can I have a motion, please? Regent Ewing, second down there. Regent May. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Next item is D2, academic programs. Dr. Denley, please continue.
Thank you. Yes, so our next item is is two AAS degrees. The first is in criminal justice at River Parishes Community College. So the proposed program was actually developed in response to a request from Ascension Parish's sheriff's office. Most of the associate's degrees in criminal justice that we have across the state are structured to be transfer degrees, to be associate's degrees that move towards a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. This program is distinct in the sense that it is an AAS degree specifically designed to train people with the skills to then enter the criminal justice workforce, to work at sheriff's offices and similar kinds of positions. This program, as I say, has been specifically designed in partnership with the sheriff's office at Ascension Parish. The sheriff himself is actually a graduate of RPCC, and so I'm very happy to present this program. It functions in both of those ways. It functions in being a program that trains people specifically for the workforce, but also functions as a transfer program for students who might be interested in a four-year degree. Yes, that's exactly right. Yes. And then the second is a proposal for a practical nursing program at Northwest Louisiana Technical Community College. Again, this is a program to expand the footprint of practical nursing across the state. This is one of two programs that will serve the northern part of the state, and I'm sure I don't need to persuade you that we need as much capacity in our nursing programs as we can possibly have. And so happy to present both of those programs and certainly recommend their approval.
Excellent. Thanks, Dr. Denley. Is there
Can I ask a question,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
please. Yes, sir.
Do we have any idea how many people apply to our nursing programs, whether in community colleges or at our four-year institutions, that do not get admitted because we can't handle the application load?
I believe we do have that data, yes, sir. And certainly I'd be happy to
But
get you the data that we have.
off the cuff, wouldn't you think that we have a lot of people that apply that would like to get in and fill this nursing shortage that we have in this state and across the country, but that we can't offer the training?
So yes, I believe that there are certainly more qualified applicants than there is capacity in the programs. That's right.
So there's every reason to believe that we need to do what we can to expand or support those institutions that offer that training.
That's right, and there is ongoing and continuing work to expand the capacity of the programs that we have both now and in the future in all kinds of ways. First of all, of course, to expand those capacities requires more teaching faculty in those programs, to have qualified faculty who are able to teach those programs.
And that's a problem, isn't it? Getting the
right.
teacher faculty.
It is a problem, and so both that and then also, of course, the equipment involved in training those folks. But there is a fund called the Hero Fund, which has been
Well, if you have a two-year program like they have at Tech that is well thought of, and the teaching faculty is already there, it seems to me that that would be a place that you could expand to a four-year program and probably increase the number of qualified nurses that are in that area. And this one is in Northwest Louisiana, so I think that's universal, though.
So as I say, there's a significant amount of work ongoing to expand really the footprint and capacity of all of the nursing programs that we have across the state, as there is really in healthcare writ large. We know that we have significant needs across the healthcare space, really in almost every kind of specialty that you can imagine. And there's a lot of work to try to expand that capacity. As you say, there are more people who are qualified. There are lots of people who want to go into healthcare, but there are also, of those, a significant number who are qualified to take those places, more than we have currently the capacity to train.
Well, when you're my age, you're really interested in a lot of them being qualified.
I'm becoming increasingly interested.
Yeah.
So. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Ewing.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve these programs as presented?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none. We're going to move on to, the motion passes. Hearing none, we're going to move on to D3, academic affairs policies.
Thank you. So,
Thanks.
as I mentioned, we have done a significant amount of work over the last year around the ideas of articulation and transfer. And you heard actually about these two particular pieces of policy work earlier in our legislative account, because these were the results of legislation. So I want to, both of these are new policies that really create the policy structure to be able to enact those new pieces of legislation. The first is really around the creation of a reverse transfer program. As I say, reverse transfer is the idea that we have students who maybe they began at a community college and then they later transferred to a four-year institution or perhaps another community college or another institution in our state. They did not complete the associate's degree while they were at that first institution. But now later, as we take together all of the coursework that they complete across those multiple institutions, they now have actually satisfied the requirements to receive that associate's degree from that first institution. Right now, we don't have a mechanism in place to be able to recognize that that has happened. We don't have a mechanism in place to be able to inform that first institution. This is a student who has now completed that coursework at other institutions in the state, and so could you please investigate whether that degree can be awarded? Does that make sense? Regents is, of course, in a unique position in the state in the sense that we, on an annual basis, receive all of that information from from the management board institutions, and so this reverse transfer policy, which is before you, creates exactly the structure of, on the one hand, our being able to do that basic analysis of bringing together all of that transfer work, and then being able to deliver that back to the campuses so that the campuses are, of course, the ones who have to actually do the work to establish, has this student actually done all of the requirements that they need to have the degree awarded. So this policy that's before you creates then the policy structure and the procedural structure which would enable us to be able to do that reverse transfer work. Again, huge thank you to SATSE, the State Articulation and Transfer Council, all of the registrars in the state who have really been worked tirelessly to be able to create the process of this, and of course the chief academic officers who have been involved in making sure that as we create this new process and policy that it is both practicable and also satisfies all of the accreditation requirements, as you might imagine, that are incumbent in this. So that's the reverse transfer work. Happy to answer any questions about that before I move on to universal transfer.
I think you're good to proceed.
So universal transfer, so again, this was enacted by legislation which really built on the original work from 2009 to create the transfer policies around the state. Universal transfer pathways are specific, discipline-specific associate degree curricula that satisfy all of the region's 39 units of general education, plus another 21 units of major requirements to create that 60-unit whole, which would itself be able to be awarded as an associate's degree, but the legislation says to create those pathways in such a way that all of those 60 hours would be seamlessly transferable to any of our public four-year institutions who offer that degree. In other words, that student, when they arrive at LSU or Louisiana Tech or any of the four-year institutions, they would be a full 60 hours closer to having that four-year degree awarded. As you might imagine, to create those curricula requires us then to engage with disciplined faculty from across the state to be able to establish, well, what are all of the courses which we can uniformly agree would function in that way. And so, again, the policy that is before you creates the policy and procedural structure to be able to create those pathways, maintain those pathways, update those pathways in the future, and also the requirements on the campuses as we create those pathways for how they will be received, how they'll be transferred, and how students will be treated when they sure enough transfer with those pathways. So altogether then, senior staff recommend the approval of both Policy 2.24 and Policy 2.25 that establish the reverse transfer and universal transfer pathways.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. Members, are there any questions on either of these two policies? If not, can I have a motion, please, to approve?
So moved.
Katerina and Stephanie, all right. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank
Tristan, you've got a lot today. Please continue.
Almost there, yeah. I do want to say when it comes to universal transfer pathways, so we are in the throes of creating those pathways right now. A huge thank you to all of the faculty who have already been doing so much hard work to make this happen. Hopefully in March, we will be able to present to you the first fruits of the creation of those pathways. So our last two items are revisions to policies, and the first is the Nexus degree, and the second is around dual enrollment, which you heard so much about a little earlier. So first of all, the Nexus degree. So I think we talked certainly some in board development about really recognizing how crucial it is in higher education today to create qualifications which really are nimble enough for the new world that we live in. This is exactly what the Nexus degree is all about. We are familiar with associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and doctoral degrees, and the reason why we're familiar with them is because they've been around for a very long time. The most recent of those is the associate's degree, which became widely available in about 1898. So not much has changed in the space of creation of new degrees for more than 100 years. Today, what is before you is the proposal to add to our portfolio here in Louisiana a new kind of degree, the Nexus degree. So the Nexus degree is then the first new kind of degree in the United States in more than 100 years. The Nexus degree has been now established as a recognized degree in 2018 by SAC-COC, our accrediting body. And so by acting today, you would add the ability for all of our campuses, both 2-year and 4-year, to be able to offer this new kind of degree. The new kind of degree has a structure that, of course, it is a degree, and so it has our general education core built into it. But as well as that general education core, the remaining hours are created specifically in partnership with a major industry sector. It contains a required experiential learning component, so a preceptorship or a co-op or an apprenticeship or some kind of industry-based certification approach or combination of all of those. And it also entails both lower division work and upper division work. So this really then creates a new kind of nimble credential which can function in 3 ways. It first of all is a new kind of entry-level credential for technical kinds of fields that require that upper division work. It is a credential which can be combined with a traditional 4-year degree. So a student might now graduate with, let's say, a bachelor's degree in writing or in English and a Nexus degree in screenwriting, or a bachelor's degree in Chinese and a Nexus degree in cybersecurity. So you can imagine the combinations then of being able to both have a traditional 4-year bachelor's degree together with a targeted and applied kind of current degree. And then the last use is for somebody who already has a degree, and now they can come back, and in that shorter number of hours, typically around 20 or 21 hours, a student could earn an entirely new kind of degree that either could change their direction of their career or could deepen their their credentials in their own career. So you might imagine in the healthcare space, somebody earning a nexus degree in palliative care or telemedicine or rural health or some kind of a specialty like that, or somebody who is already in the computer science space getting a nexus degree in financial technology or in cybersecurity or some area such as that. So that's the, to enact the proposal in front of you today would require us going through multiple aspects of our policy library to make sure that everywhere we mention our lists of degrees, we also mention the nexus degree, but it also updates policy 2.15, which specifically outlines the definition of all of the different credentials that are available for our institutions to offer.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure I understand. So what's the difference between the nexus degree and like having a minor with your degree?
Yeah, so the difference is that so first of all, there are more hours in a nexus degree than are in a typical minor. A nexus degree also requires that experiential learning component, so an internship or a co-op. And then typically speaking, minors don't have upper division requirements. Nexus degree has those at least 12 hours of upper division work that are built into the curriculum itself. And as I say, it is a degree in and of itself as opposed to a minor, which is a component of a traditional degree.
Okay, thank you.
No, thanks. So one important subtlety of this is, as I say, with your approval, we would add the nexus degree to the portfolio of available degrees for all of our institutions in the state. It is currently the case that at our two-year institutions, all of the coursework that is offered is at the 1,000 and 2,000 level. If it were the case that a two-year institution were approved to offer a nexus degree, then as part of that approval, you would be approving them to offer only the 3,000 and 4,000 level classes that are part and parcel of that degree that they would then be offering. Of course, there would be expectations about that in making sure that that was appropriate with the teaching faculty that they have. And in fact, for any of our institutions to offer a nexus degree, if one were approved by this body, they would have to go through a substantive change process for SAC-COC to establish their ability to teach that new degree level, because none of our institutions have been previously approved to do that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, press the little button.
Question, can this be a first degree, or must the student have an associate's or a bachelor's and then come back for the nexus degree, or can this be a first degree in and of itself?
This could be a first degree in and of itself, yes, sir. Okay. But as you say, it is also constructed to be stackable. So somebody, sure enough, could have an associate's degree and then stack it into a nexus degree, which then could also be stacked as part of a bachelor's degree. Yes, sir.
Is the nexus degree available at sister SREB institutions right now?
So the nexus degree is currently offered in the state of Georgia with University System of Georgia institutions. There are, I believe, about 20 nexus degrees that have been approved since 2018 and are now currently being offered by those institutions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Regent Levy.
Boy, this sounds great. It really gives flexibility. But my observation over the years is that there's some kind of competitive interest in community versus four-year schools as to who teaches what. Do you anticipate that there may be resistance by the four-year schools as to the ability of two-year community colleges teaching upper-level courses in the nexus degree?
So I think everyone is excited about having this additional flexibility. What you will be doing today is effectively creating the app store that then enables our campuses to create the apps. That's the best analogy that I can create.
Have you had feedback from both sides? So
yes, so we have been.
Everybody's good.
Yes, sir. We've had a robust conversation.
Let's do it.
the LSU system is all for this. We have no objection to it.
Great. That sounds wonderful.
I think Commissioner Reed has a comment.
I just want to add, since Tristan is being modest, he created the Nexus degree in Georgia. It is the first degree created in 100 years. The reason Georgia has it is he did it there, and he's bringing that great idea here. And we certainly hope that other states will take it up as well. But we're very, very proud of this academic innovator and the good work he's continuing to do for us in Louisiana. Thank you, Tristan.
Commissioner, with this new degree program, if approved, each individual campus will still have to create their own programs and bring them back before this board?
That's
Correct.
exactly right.
Okay.
That's
Exactly
correct. It allows for that option, but they will have to create the programs and bring it to Regents for approval.
I have,
Tristan, what, I'm sorry, Katerina, please.
it's, you can go.
After you.
Okay. Is there any examples of programs that they have brought to your attention that they were thinking of making into a Nexus degree?
So as things currently stand, campuses are, I know that campuses are thinking really hard about this, but everybody's playing it a little close to their chest. I think that's fine.
Okay. You want to share what Georgia did on theirs?
I can.
Anything
And
about
so
those?
I think some of the, some really good examples of this were, institutions created a Nexus degree in the cybersecurity around financial technology. Georgia is a real center for, if you buy things through Zelle or PayPal or any of those kinds of things, you can well imagine that there are significant cybersecurity aspects to that. And so making sure that people are well trained in that was a big piece. They created a Nexus degree in computing, which I think was really interesting. So in basically any field that you can imagine today, computers play a part. And so is there a way in which you then could take any degree and then add this Nexus degree in computing that then allows you to have the training and expertise to use technology in an appropriate way in your field, be that history or psychology or whatever it is. So those are some good ideas in the embedded idea. And then they did in fact create a suite of Nexus degrees in healthcare, specifically targeted at people who are working nurses who then could add on to their training. So a specific nursing degree for palliative care and for gerontology and telemedicine. So those are some good examples, I think.
Tristan, what is the plan for how we get employers and workforce to recognize this? If I'm applying for a job and I list a Nexus degree and the hiring manager's never even heard of it.
That's right. And so,
it says, what is this made of degree? How do we get that throughout the state and further into the vocabulary of hiring managers?
yeah, and so, and that's why it is that it's part and parcel of the requirements of this degree that the institution must interact with a major industry sector in the creation of this degree. Because as you say, otherwise there is that danger that someone will apply for a degree and the hiring manager is like, I don't even know what this is. We want to make sure that that industry itself is part and parcel of the creation of that curriculum so they understand exactly what it is that they're doing.
And let me piggyback on that question. What about parents?
I'm sorry.
So you hear about industry.
Mhm.
We know that we've struggled with parents with community college. Now you have a new degree and new complexity. Did Georgia do something specific in regards to getting parents engaged?
I think that, so certainly each institution, as they created those new degrees, really tried to make sure that they could, help their community understand this is what we're creating, this is what we're launching. It's like anything else that's new. So we have to help people understand what it is and what the advantages are of that creation. Yeah.
It may, in fact, help take the destigmatizing of community colleges and to say it's not just an associate degree, it's something more. It may. Yeah, I do too.
It's the
So if
All
there's no
right.
more questions about Nexus degrees, I will move on to dual enrollment, which I believe is our final item. So you will remember from the report that Lynn and Adam gave earlier that during the pandemic, you created an interim policy that did several things. First of all, it removed the single, really in many ways, the single reliance on ACT as being a way in which students would be able to establish their eligibility for taking a dual enrollment course, and also added the ability to have a counselor recommendation as an option. That interim recommendation, interim policy comes to an end at the end of this academic year, comes to an end this coming summer. And so that's the reason why today we are recommending before you that we continue those changes that were implemented that, as you saw, had such a fabulous effect, really increasing the availability and access of dual enrollment. And so we certainly want to make sure that we can capitalize on that ongoing success. We also, as part of the recommended policy today, want to slightly expand those pathways. So as we've articulated as part of the policy, both the ability for a student to be able to take dual enrollment courses based on multiple different kinds of measures to establish their eligibility. It is also the case that we're adding a new pathway that allows a student who is specifically good in one particular subject area to be able to be eligible to take a dual enrollment course in that subject area. So you can imagine a student who perhaps they're just really good at math, or they're just really good at history, independent of their ability to be able to be good at other subjects. Why not allow that student to have the opportunity to take a dual enrollment course in that subject? And then lastly, we have, for the first time, really, and again, a huge thanks for the partnership with LCTCS in this, really created specific eligibility requirements for technical dual enrollment courses. Again, you saw the importance of that. We're really looking for our technical dual enrollment course enrollments to grow. And so clearly articulating those expectations is really a crucial piece of that. And so all of that together then, senior staff recommend the revisions to both policy 2.15, which is the addition of the nexus degree, and policy 2.22, which is our amendments to dual enrollment.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Denley. Any further questions on either of these regents before we take up this motion? If not, can I get a motion, please, to approve the revisions to these policies?
So moved.
Thank you. Levy, Seal, very good. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. All right, Dr. Denley, thank you very much. Moving right along, next up is research and sponsored initiatives presented by Carrie Robeson, Deputy Commissioner for Sponsored Programs. And Ms. Robeson, please proceed with the consent agenda.
Yes, sir. We have 3 items on the consent agenda for RSI. The first 2 are typical consent agenda items: appointment of endowed chairholders without a national search at 2 campuses at Loyola and Tulane Health Sciences Center, and a request to divide a support fund matched endowed chair at Grambling State University. The third we typically don't handle on a consent agenda, but given the compressed nature of this meeting, we wanted to add this to the consent agenda. It is the support fund plan and budget recommendations for fiscal year 23-24. These recommendations were discussed in the October board meeting in New Orleans. We went through in some detail how we arrived at the base budget and what we proposed for 23-24. So the first 2 are just typical items, and I won't go into detail unless you have questions. The third, I just want to talk, for the benefit of our 2 new members, I want to talk very, very briefly about what the support fund is, what we're talking about. The Board of Regents Support Fund is what Uma referred to in board development as the 8G funds. It was established in 1987. It's a constitutional dedication, so it exists in the Louisiana Constitution. And the funds for it come from an oil and gas settlement in 1987, which was put into a trust fund that's managed by Treasury. So when I talk about the money that we're budgeting for the support fund plan and budget for '24, that's where the money is coming from. The trust fund is established for the benefit of education. Proceeds are split 50-50 between the Board of Regents and Bessie. Bessie does the K-12 side through its 8G. We do the higher education side through the Board of Regents Support Fund. We're allowed to do 4 things through this fund. We are allowed to endow chairs for eminent scholars. Those are the first 2 items you saw on the consent agenda. We are allowed to fund targeted research and development on higher education campuses. We can promote recruitment of superior graduate students, and we can contribute to the enhancement of academic, research, and agricultural departments and units. So those are the parameters under which the support fund operates. Typically, on average, in the 30-plus years of operations, the support fund has gotten about $25 million just to the Board of Regents that we run through this process, and we budget through this process. Currently, we are significantly lower than the $25 million average. We run 10 programs with the money that we receive. 9 of them are competitive. Every campus public and LAQ member in the state of Louisiana is eligible for our programs, and every campus but one has received funding. So with that, I will go very briefly through the budget that we are proposing. We are proposing a $20 million base budget for the support fund in 23-24. That's a level budget from 22-23. It is below the Treasury estimate for fiscal year 24. It is a little bit above the revenue, the formal state revenue estimate of 19.5. The reason that we are recommending 20 is we anticipate, well, first, we have substantial funds in reserves from a big year last year. We got a lot more earnings than we had budget authority to spend. And second, Treasury, which is typically more conservative, is anticipating then that the increase in interest rates is going to help the returns to the support fund. So we can look at just a little bit more than we maybe have been getting. So I think this number is conservative. We start with the $20 million. We start by backing out prior commitments. These are obligations we have on the books, contracts that we have, matching obligations that we have to federal grants, and so on. That amounts to $6.8 million in 24. Then we take out administration. This is what we need to operate the support fund. That amount is fixed in statute. It's 3% of the average of the last 3 years' expenditures, so that totals $596,885. And finally, the remainder goes to new awards. These are the competitions that we're running. As I said, we run 10 programs, so these dollars, this $12.5 million, is spread across those 10 programs to provide opportunities for campuses to compete for new endowments and new grants. Contingencies for changes in revenue. If we don't get the $20 million that we anticipate, and the way that the support fund works, we earn money throughout the year. We bring recommendations for spending to you in April. And so we have the whole fiscal year ahead of us to see how the money comes in. If we don't get the funds that we anticipate, we have ample opportunities to make reductions. We have done this many times. If we get higher than budgeted, hasn't happened recently, additional revenues we'll bring to you for allocation, but we will not likely request a spending authority increase from the legislature. That would have to go to JLCB, and we won't request it. Lower than budgeted, what we typically do is we take pro rata cuts across all of the competitive programs in the new monies. First, the non-competitive program, which is a funding guarantee to eligible campuses, we retain that until we can't retain it any longer. We will cut new monies before we cut prior commitments because those are contracts and obligations on the books. In the 35 years of support fund operations, we have never had to reduce out all of the new monies, so we don't anticipate that happening, but we have written in just in case. And with that, we recommend approval of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Carrie. Members, are there any questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Yes, sir.
What is our backlog now?
In professorships, The backlog in endowed, first, we don't recognize the term backlog. That's actually in policy that we don't use the term backlog. The excess submissions, campuses who submit more than we have money to support, it's about 75 at 2 campuses. That's 75 slots, $100,000 matching slots at 2 campuses.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Yes, Mr. Finley.
So on the agenda item, it speaks to the appointment of endowed chair without the national search for Loyola and New Orleans. And the requirements are that there be a national search, and so that's why you're coming here to ask. Give us the reason why we see so many of these that make the request not to have a national search.
Well, the reason that we see so many of them is that these are essentially promotions of superior faculty. We have, the policy for endowed chairs requires a national search unless certain conditions are met, including, and you have to approve that the conditions were met. And the conditions are that any candidate who's put forward to hold a national chair meets all the qualifications that are outlined in policy, the things that we're looking for in a national search. So that doesn't dilute the value of an endowed chair, the status of an endowed chair, and that's what these campuses have done. They've come to us with associate professor level people who are moving up, who meet all of the qualifications for an endowed chair. And it's essentially being used as a retention tool. This means those faculty won't be headhunted.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? If not, can we please
You
get
had
a...
mentioned,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You had mentioned that there was, all of the institutions are eligible and have participated except one.
Yes.
Which school has not participated, and is there a reason?
Northwest Technical Community College, and the reason is they only recently became eligible to participate in the support fund because of the way that the funds were structured in 1987. The vocational education was housed in the Bessie portion of the funds rather than in the higher ed portion of the funds. So as the technical colleges have converted to technical community colleges, they can participate in the support fund, and Northwest is just quite young.
Okay, so like Fletcher and Nunez, all of they've,
Yep, all of them.
okay. And of the programs in this budget, the $12.6 million for new awards, are all of those programs competitive?
All except the endowed professorships subprogram, which is an opportunity for campuses to solicit endowment contributions from non-state donors to be matched at the level of $100,000. It's an 80-20 match. Those are funded on a guaranteed basis, 2 slots per campus per year.
2 slots?
Per campus per year.
And if the campuses don't use all the slots?
Then we go back to the top of the list, and every campus that submitted 3, we fund around until we run out of money.
Okay.
So many good questions. All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? We've got Regent Ewing, Regent Weil. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. All right, hearing none, the motion passes. And now we're moving on to other business, Carrie.
Yes, the only thing I have in other business, you have in your materials today a copy of the treasurer's report, which should have been recapped for you at the December meeting, at the joint meeting by Assistant Treasurer Broussard. We were not able to meet, and he was not able to attend today, but we provided the written report so you can have a look. And I'll just give you a couple of highlights, or as it were, lowlights from the report for 22. The trust fund underperformed in almost every category, every investment category. Its market value actually went down from 21 to 22. We are down at 1.631 billion. I know it's billion with a B, so that doesn't sound like much of a hardship. CA1, Constitutional Amendment 1, which would have allowed Treasury more flexibility in the investments of the trust fund, did not pass the vote of the people, so we will not get any relief from CA1. However, interest rates are up, which might give us some relief going forward. We certainly hope so. The market value fell back in '22. Royalties were at $3.2 million, which is the lowest level in the history of the trust fund, with the exception of the years that the Department of Interior was garnishing our earnings to recoup some overpayments. And the revenue is the second lowest we've seen since 1988. So last year 2020 was a wonderful year for the trust fund. We earned a lot more than was anticipated. This year, we paid the piper, and we earned a lot less.
Did we just not sell the idea and the merit of Amendment 1? Was that, I mean, the public voted it down, it made so much sense.
My best guess on Amendment 1, and Dr. Reed, please feel free to chime in, is it was a bad year to have the word stocks in a constitutional amendment. So saying this will increase the Treasury's ability to invest in the market, it was a hard sell this year.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. Next up is item F, which is statewide programs. Dr. Boutique, the Executive Director of LOSFA, will present. And our first item is the consent agenda.
Good afternoon. We have 4 items on the consent agenda, and then we'll do one motion at the end, if that's okay with all of you. The first one is approval of final rulemaking. This basically implements the acts of the legislature. You'll see in the footnote at the bottom, this adds the geometry to the core, implements the Go Teach program, the Hurricane Ida exceptions, the computer courses that Ms. Golden talked about earlier that was already done. This is the rulemaking to implement those as a substitute for foreign language. The second consent agenda item is approval of rulemaking, initial rulemaking, to break out mental health exceptions for TOPS. Temporary disability exceptions are already allowable under TOPS, but we are seeing an increase in the number related to mental health. And we wanted to break that out so that we could provide statistical information to you as policymakers on any increases in those trends. This coincides with the work Allison is doing as we are trying to see how do we do wraparound services for students and how do we make those handoffs. This next item is the request for exception to remain enrolled full-time and to enroll continuously. This is for those of you that are new to the board. Top students have to earn 24 hours in an academic year, and they have to remain enrolled full-time. Students can request exceptions for that. The ones that come to you as a board are outside of the objective reasons. These are subjective reasons. I think my favorite one out of all was a student had ants that were about an inch long in their apartment and they could no longer dwell there. They did not live within commuting distance of the school, and of course they had nowhere else to be. Again, that's not an objective circumstance. That has to be dealt with case by case. So this is approval of exceptions such as that. The last one is approval of home study exceptions. The legislature gave us the ability to address these. Before, if a student had to start home study later than the beginning of the 10th grade or the end of the 10th grade, in other words, they didn't spend their entire 2 last years in high school in home study, that student was denied eligibility for TOPS, even if the reason was they got cancer, or they got another critical autoimmune disease that they couldn't be at school. They were severely bullied. They couldn't be there. We had no provision to be able to grant these exceptions. We took that to the legislature. They granted us and you this authority, so this is approval of those. As before, the LOSFA Advisory Board has reviewed each of these consent agenda items, and they recommend approval of each one.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boutique. You've heard the recommendation from the LOSFA Advisory Board. Is there a motion from these members? Regent Ewing?
Second.
Regent Williams-Brown. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much. And next up is item G, which is Planning, Research, and Performance. Dr. Susanna Craig, our Deputy Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Student Success, with Courtney Britton, Proprietary Schools Program Administrator, will present on these items. And our first item is the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you, Regent Solomon. The first item on the PRP agenda is the consent agenda item, which includes the recommendation from the Advisory Commission on Proprietary Schools. This recommendation includes the approval of an initial license application for Rosebud Training Academy in Baker, Louisiana, as well as the approval of 31 renewal license applications. Yeah, thank you. If you'll bring through those 30. As noted in the board materials, 2 accelerated dental locations have requested 11-month license renewals, opposed to 12 to synchronize renewals with all of their locations. So we have 2 in this group of 31 that are only being renewed for 11 months, but that was at the request of the institution. So if there are no questions, senior staff recommend approval of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. Members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion? Thank you. Regent Williams-Brown, Regent Seal. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Next is item 2, Proprietary Schools adjudicatory, oh my gosh, I can't talk today. Hearing result, you know what it says on the screen,
So
yeah.
next on our agenda are the results of the adjudicatory hearing held before the Advisory Commission on Proprietary Schools. I had to work on that, so don't worry, no worries. Miss Courtney Britton will present the findings of this hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. The Advisory Commission for Proprietary Schools held its adjudicatory hearing at their meeting on November 14th, 2022, to hear and review evidence regarding a licensed proprietary school. The evidence was to show that Kingdom Technical College of Shreveport, Louisiana, was in violation of Louisiana proprietary school law. Background information about the school: they were originally licensed in December 2019 through December of 2021. They lost that original license due to incomplete renewal materials. They submitted a new license application in May of 2022, and that was reviewed at the July 2022 commission meeting and approved by this board on August of the same year. After the license was granted, license fees were returned as insufficient funds, with the returned reason as listed as refer to maker. Staff contacted the school and were told that the bank had frozen the account. The school was given a deadline to submit the required fees. That deadline passed. The school was given an extension, and that deadline also passed. As of this point in time, the school has yet to submit any fees, and so therefore it was sent to the commission for a hearing. The hearing was led by the commission member Chris Broadwater as a hearing officer, and Brianna Golden served as prosecuting attorney. I provided myself evidence to the commission, and the school was served with proper notice of the hearing, but did not send representation or a written statement. The charge was 1 violation of revised statute 173143B1. The fee for an initial license or change of ownership shall be $2,000. After reviewing the submitted evidence pursuant proprietary school law and considering that the school has never enrolled any student under either license, the commission voted to recommend that the license for Kingdom Technical be revoked. The school was also served notice of this meeting today, and they have sent a statement that they would like you to hear, so I will read that now. Dear Louisiana Board of Regents, hello, my name is Letitia Hurd, and I'll bring you greetings from Kingdom Technical College of Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm writing this letter in regards to a banking error that occurred a few months ago with Navy Federal Credit Union. As stated, the initial licensing review, my mother was the owner and business administrator before she underwent open heart surgery, at which point several responsibilities were taken on by myself and some things remain as they were before this took place. A wire was received in this account the bank somehow deemed a security risk, at which point they suspended it as well as one other account. This included the ability to withdraw or make payments, at which point the money in the account was frozen. After the situation was investigated by Navy Federal Security Team, we were told they would mail a check with the remaining $14,000 that was in the account, which to this day we have not received. We are asking that you would not revoke our license while we sort out this situation and others due to the change of hands of responsibility-wise. We have undergone so many unforeseen circumstances beyond our control, but we remain hopeful that we will work through the issues and become a premier institution for all who wish to learn this vocation and change their lives. I've added supporting document to show proof of funds. Also, the payment wasn't returned as NSF, but a referred to sender. Please allow us to get this issue resolved with the bank in order to keep our license. Thank you, Letitia Hurd. I will note that the included document referenced was submitted previously by the school and was included in the commission hearing materials as part of Staff Exhibit 4. If there are no further questions, senior staff recommends the board accept the recommendation of the commission to revoke the proprietary school license of Kingdom Technical College based on the record of proceedings conducted before the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Britton. Members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there any questions? Yes, please.
What's the follow-up? Let's say they're revoked, the vote is to revoke. What's the follow-up on the 14,000? I mean, that's 14,000 of individuals who have submitted to the,
No, the 14,000 was simply the school's money. And so what they owe is a $2,000 fee and then an additional $1,000 fee to the Student Protection Fund.
Okay, so there's no funds that are due to citizens?
Correct. They never enrolled any students, so nothing
And they
is due
never
students.
took in any money?
Correct.
Since 2019.
Any other questions?
Just a point of
Yes, Commissioner
clarification, if they get their financials in order, is there anything that prohibits them from reapplying?
There's nothing that prohibits them from reapplying. There is a portion in the law where being found guilty of a violation can be used to deny, but that would be based on the commission and then this board's decision.
See, thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Great. Can I have a motion, please, to approve? Thank you. Regent Sterling. Regent Seal with a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll note the abstention. All right. Next up is item number 3, teacher preparation programs. More than 120 credit hours, Board of Regents criteria. Dr. Craig, all you.
Yes, great, thank you. Let me get to the right page. So during the 2022 regular session, Act 255 amended and reenacted statute relative to the certification of teachers. One of the things that this statute did was require that, sorry, y'all, it's been a long day. Let me restart. Okay, so Act 255 of the 2022 regular session reenacted and revised statute. This statute did multiple things regarding the certification law. But the one thing that it did within this law was say that the maximum number of credit hours for a teacher preparation program would max out at 120 hours. We worked with the author of the bill because there are several degree programs that end in a dual program, if you will, or dual certification. For instance, that means they are going to school and they are earning not only a certification or a degree in elementary education, but they are also earning enough credit hours to be certified as a special education teacher as well. And to do that, it would go over 120 hours. So the author of the bill and the requirements of the statute require that the Board of Regents recommend the criteria for a program to be over 120 hours. So during the past year, we pulled in all of the colleges of education. We surveyed them to discuss all of their programs that were over 120 hours and the reasons why they were over 120 hours. And so we as a team came up with 4 criteria of why a teacher preparation program would be more than 120 hours. 1, the degree program results in licensure in 2 certification areas, elementary education and special education. 2, the degree program results in licensure in 2 or more grade categories. For instance, a K-12 degree has programs within their program of study where they have to focus on elementary. If it's, say, a PE teacher that teaches elementary PE, but also secondary PE. So if it crosses grade bands, it would fit in this criteria. 3, the degree program is bound by specific accreditation requirements when the program is accredited by a content-specific body. Most of these are in the arts. Many of the arts degree programs are resulting in degree programs that are more than 120 hours. And then, or the degree program results in 2 complete degrees, which we have 2 programs where they are getting not only a degree in instrumental music, but also in vocal music. And so we did much vetting of these 4 criteria with not only colleges of education, but also with the Louisiana Department of Education. And everyone agrees that these 4 criteria make the most sense. So without this criteria, over 50 programs will need to be redesigned. With these 4 criteria, it's about 11 programs that will still need to be redesigned. So if there are no questions, senior staff recommends approval of the criteria to allow certain teacher preparation programs to be over the 120 semester hour college credit for degree completion.
Dr. Craig, can you speak to the spirit or intent of the legislation? What problem was it trying to solve?
I can. The problem that it was trying to solve is that there are certain institutions in the state who they're already working to redesign. It was 129 hours to earn just an elementary education degree. Whereas if you went an hour and a half away, it was 120 hours. And I can't speak to whether a constituent reached out to the legislator or not, but they wanted to get everything as close to 120 as possible.
And to the degree that we change this criteria, how does that work with the legislation that passed? Does the act refer to us in
Correct.
some way to provide for exceptions?
That's it. The act actually requires Board of Regents to create the criteria that will allow for the programs to be above 120 hours. That's in statute now.
Understood.
And that is now also what is in BESI policy. So they have already gone in and changed in their policy that all of their programs, all of the programs that they will certify need to be 120 hours unless they meet the criteria as defined by the Board of Regents.
And is there any, in the 11 programs that need to be redesigned, are there students of these programs that somehow get caught in a limbo of any kind?
No, because this does not begin, and I must not have said it, to 24-25. So we've got several years for them to redesign the program. Those that are currently in their program of study continue on the program of study that they're on.
Understood. Thank you.
You're
Members, are there any other questions? Hearing none, can we get a motion, please, to approve this criteria? Thank you. Regent May, can I get a second?
Second.
Regent Williams-Brown. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, this motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Craig. Next up is personnel, and Matthew Labriere, our Deputy Commissioner. Yes, please. Apologies.
And this is just for informational purposes. You, on page 107, on your renewal applications, there's one for the Microblading Institute in Lafayette. Is that as in eyebrow microblading?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
That is, interestingly enough, anything that is like tattooing, which microblading is, does not fall under Department of Health's licensing. It falls under proprietary school licensing. They have to approve the location, but we get to approve them to be a school.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You see, new members, we have so many interesting things that come before this board.
Yes, yes.
Anyone has interest in microblading, we know a place you can learn. Matthew, do you have anything as exciting as microblading to discuss?
More exciting.
And also that I'm the last report to come, so I'm going to take this one slow for you. Regents, this agenda item is the appointment of Executive Director and Chief Scientist of Louisiana University's Marine Consortium. Board of Regents policy requires board approval of physicians hired at the level of Deputy Commissioner and Program Executive Director. As such, the Commissioner of Higher Education is seeking to appoint Dr. Brian Roberts to the position of Executive Director and Chief Scientist for the Louisiana University's Marine Consortium. Dr. Roberts is currently serving as the Interim Executive Director of LumCon. He was promoted to this role July 1st, 2022, to fill the vacancy after the resignation of Dr. Craig McLean. Prior to this, Dr. Roberts served as the Associate Director of Science since 2017 and has been a part of LumCon faculty since 2007. Dr. Roberts oversees LumCon's Ecosystem, Ecology, and Biogeochemistry Lab, which carries out research along the continuum from headwater streams and lakes to large rivers, wetlands, estuaries, and open ocean ecosystems. His particular interest is in how these systems are altered as a result of human activities and how restoration efforts might mitigate some of these deleterious impacts. Dr. Roberts earned his PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology from Cornell University, received a master's in marine biology from Boston University, and completed his undergraduate work at the College of William and Mary. I also want to remind the Regents that as part of board development last month, we did go over the restructure of LumCon, and through that discussion, and then now we're moving forward with the first part of that with the appointment of Dr. Roberts. So with that, I welcome any questions and comments.
Well, I'd like to make a comment. This gentleman has a 41-page resume.
Yes.
That is exceptional. That's a lot of exceptional accomplishments. So
Absolutely.
I want to acknowledge he's in the audience today, and just thank you for your service to LumCon thus far. Yes, Commissioner Reed.
I want to add to that. As you all know, Brian said yes when we needed him to step up in terms of leadership. He loves LumCon, loves the work, is just passionate about the work, and so we are very excited to bring him before you today and to ask for your consideration to make him executive director. I know that he will do phenomenal work and give it his all, and we're very excited around his level of expertise, his energy, and his passion for this work. So thank you.
Members, you've heard the recommendation from senior staff. Is there a motion? Regent Findlay, is there a second? Regent May, any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, congratulations. The motion passes. believe we're moving on to the reports and recommendations by the commissioner. So Dr. Reed, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Acting Chair, and to all of the members. I know it has been a long but productive day for us, so I really appreciate you hanging in there. Just a few highlights that I want to share with you as we wrap up this great meeting. We talked a bit about business engagement, and so I'm really excited that we had a great visit in Houma Thibodaux with the Bayou Industrial Group to talk a bit about talent development in our work here at the Board of Regents. A very engaged group of business and industry leaders, asked lots of great questions. Really a wonderful opportunity for us to visit with them. You see also Brian and I, we had a visit with at LumCon to take a look at what's happening there with the research team and the facility. And then at the bottom, you see we also had an opportunity to check in on Blue Works to see how the construction is coming along. So a great down the bayou visit that I very much appreciated as well. Then, as I mentioned earlier today, Dr. Denley and I had an opportunity to engage with all the regional economic developers across the state. We see them as critical partners in this work, and Tristan has begun his roadshow of meeting in the communities with the regional economic developers, business and industry to talk about talent development. But we were able to host a meeting here in Baton Rouge, and you see Tristan doing what he does best, which is making the case and bringing folks along. So it was very productive conversation. We also obviously are always in the business of convenings and collaborating, and so we've had some sector-specific training. One of these is around cyber incident response workshops in Shreveport, New Orleans, and Lafayette. As you know, cybersecurity threats are ever present, and so we need to make sure our campuses are well prepared and that they have strong incident response plans developed. And so we're working on that. We also have pictured the Advisory Academy that Tristan is working on as we engage counselors. Regent Ewing asked about engaged counselors and trying to make sure we're thinking about student success. Of course, Tristan's also engaging math and English faculty, preparing to engage campuses across the state for the Momentum Summit. So lots of work around talent development and how we can move this agenda forward. I want to make sure to recognize the great work of the staff and the committee that was involved in our state combined charitable campaign. We set a goal to raise $12,300 at the Board of Regents. Megan and her team exceeded that with $14,700 in donations. This is our charitable campaign each year to support individual local charities and community organizations. And so we had a gumbo cook-off, a silent auction, popcorn grams, a number of fun ways to raise money and to engage our own Board of Regents community. And so if Megan Johnson will come forward as the lead for this campaign. She's the proprietary school assistant program manager. And so just want to thank her for her outstanding work. And Megan, if your committee will stand, I think some of your committee members are here as well, so we can give them some applause if you're on the committee. Thank you all so much. Congratulations on good work. I love the quote, "Service is the rent we pay for living." And so this committee really embodied that and really provided a phenomenal, strong campaign for us. And while we're celebrating, we do have a new Regents baby. Hannah has given birth to a baby girl, Addie Jane Courtney. And so I don't know, I guess there's not anything there, but we're very excited about Hannah and Malin. Stand up, Malin. Malin is next. So Hannah and Malin are the two dynamic duos that make Board of Regents work happen. So they decided to have a month apart between delivering their babies to help us, and we appreciate that. And so Hannah has her baby girl. We're excited about that. And Malin is in the countdown for February. So we'll have a pre-Valentine's baby from Malin. So with that, Mr. Chair, happy to turn it back over to you. And again, welcome to our new members and grateful to this phenomenal board for your great work.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Malin, I guess we will not see you at our next meeting in March. So yes, as a reminder, we do not meet in February. We meet next March 22nd. With that, is there any other business to come before the Board of Regents today? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I got all sorts of, everyone's in it. And I second. There we go. All right. Any discussion? All in favor of adjournment, saying aye. Any opposed? Who wants to stay here longer, say nay. Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.